Rishabh, a student of marketing.
And I am Surbhi, a PGDM student specializing in marketing. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the much awaited Marketing Conclave 2 2026 at IILM Lodhi Road.
This year's theme is Shaping the Future of Business and Marketing, Sustainability and ESG, where we explore how ESG principles are reshaping market practices, redefining competitive advantage, and driving purpose led business models.
We are delighted to have distinguished industry leaders, sustainability strategists, and marketing thought leader with us today to share their invaluable insights.
Before we begin, we kindly request all students and esteemed guests to please be seated and silence your mobile devices as we prepare to embark on this journey of learning and purpose.
Before we go any further, let us invoke positivity and wisdom through the traditional lighting of the lamp.
We invite our inaugural speakers, Dr. Arvind Sahai, Ms. Aarti Mukherjee, and Mr. Ratnesh Jha, to please join us for this auspicious moment, along with our esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director General, and Dr. Bigyan Verma, Director, IILM Lodhi Road.
With the lamp lit and the spirit of learning rekindled, we now invite the inaugural speakers, along with Dr. Bigyan Verma, to kindly join us on stage.
So somebody from there be able to.
We now invite Dr. Bigyan Verma, Director IILM Lodhi Road, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, esteemed speakers, faculty, and students. It's a great day for all of us. The Marketing Conclave 2.0 2026 is a very prestigious event for IILM Lodhi Road. And I'm so happy to see all of you, sir, on this particular occasion. Let me begin with a small story, a small incident which took place, with me a few months back. My wife wanted to buy a pair of sneakers, so we went to a local shoe store. And as we entered the shoe store, we were looking for the choices. I saw a young girl walking in the store, and she also was looking for a pair of shoes as such. And there were two options available to her for the similar kind of design. One was a cheaper one, the other one was a very expensive one. And she chose the expensive one. Then I asked her, why are you picking up the expensive one? She said, it's because of the fact that the cheaper one is made of those chemicals which are not destructive, which will spoil the environment. But the other one was made of recycled, the tools, the things like that, right? So, and she said, just made a statement that I'm not just buying shoes. I am supporting what I believe in. Now, that young girl believed in taking care of the environment as such. And let us see how the world has changed, our own planet has changed in the past 40, 50 years. Can you believe that in the past 40 years we have destroyed our planet more than what we had done in the past 1,000 years? That's the kind of destruction which has taken place. You don't see the pollinators like bees and butterflies, which we saw in our childhood all around us anymore. They're just gone. And we don't, the typical lungs of Earth, the Amazon, is already destroyed. There was a very nice documentary made by Al Gore, the vice presidential candidate of the United States a few years back, and the documentary is still available on the YouTube. It's called An Unbelievable Truth. Now, when you see that, you really get goosebumps. That's how we are destroying our world, or our world as such. Not just to mention the war. Of course, the ceasefire has taken place for 2 weeks. Let's see what happens after that. But we're choking the entire world with plastics and whatnot as such. So the decline of all these things is causing a huge damage to our planet, just because we don't care for what this planet is all about. And when you look at our own country, I lived at a place where Ganges was just about a kilometer away. Now that's gone. The Ganges don't, the river Ganga is no more there. It doesn't exist over there at all. Now, I'm from Mumbai, also been there for the past 25 years. There was a river called Mithi River. It just doesn't exist. It's like become a nala of the local, of Mumbai. The Western Ghats are gone, and that's how India also is experiencing. With the ever-growing population, we're seeing the destruction of our own planet as such. Now, that's when a gentleman called John Elkington spoke about a term called triple bottom line. He said, we need to take care of both people, profit, and the planet. And we are adding at IILM, we have added one more thing called purpose. So we talk about 4 bottom lines, which includes the purpose as such. And this is how we believe in living. And that's exactly is the theme of our Marketing Conclave 2.0, right? And businesses I've seen are no longer judged by just the profits alone, on how much bonuses they give to their top executives and employees and all. That's not relevant anymore. I've seen there was a time when people believed that spending money on CSR or ESG is an expense, but not anymore. I'm sure you know the Apple. It says it's going to be a zero carbon company by 2030. Now Apple is one of the largest profit-making company. And same here out in India. You've seen Hindustan Unilever or ITC, or there are so many examples which you see, they all care for the ESG, the environment as such. And they're still making profit, despite the fact that they're spending a lot of money. In India, the biggest pollinators are, of course, the coal industry and the plastic industry. And that's, even I've seen even Coal India in Nagpur, the Western Coalfields is taking care of so much of the ESG component just to make sure that while they, mine the coal, at the same time, they take care of the environment as such. And we've got wonderful examples over here in our country also, Tata Steel and so on, Tata Group. And I'm sure the discussion today in the panelists, with the panelists today and also later on is going to really focus a lot because companies also have started bothering. You know, there are special indexes, there are special mutual funds which are floated in the market only with the focus on ESG. And I recently studied, you know, some of these IPOs. You've seen many IPOs which are taking place in the past 2-3 years and all. And how many of those companies which are coming with the IPO are bothered about ESG? And trust me, you know, the Zomato's IPO or any other IPO which you see, you know, the whole full section is kind of devoted only to the compliances of taking care of what we call as the planet as such. That's how the world has changed. And so this is what we're going to debate in the marketing conclave today, and I'm so happy to see such wonderful speakers. But let me just say a little bit more towards the end. You know, right here in this hall, about a few months back, we had a convocation, and we invited a gentleman, a well-known gentleman, who eventually, he shared his story, and he said when he was just a child, he saw his mother, he's from Gujarat, he saw his mother fetching water from miles away every day. And this child, you know, really took note of this particular thing, you know, when he was growing, and eventually he became a very successful businessman. Guess who am I talking about? He's the founder of Hare Krishna Exports, Savji Dholakia. Now, his only mission is not just to well in the business, and I'm sure you've heard of the stories. He gifted his cars to all his employees, you know, on one particular Diwali. And that's how he's making the difference. Not just making profit, but also ensuring that he, you know, digs at least 150 ponds all over the state in Gujarat and other states also. Now he's concerned. So he is a gentleman, he's a businessman who is not just interested in making profit, but also taking care of the environment. You know, this is how the world is changing. And every little kid over here today also have to be compliant of or be mindful of what ESG is all about and change the world the way they should look at it. And you'll see a video today, which was kind of experienced by one of our faculty, the convener of this particular conference, Dr. Shruti Gill. She's sitting right here. And she's made, along with a couple of other faculty from IILM universities, they went to that particular place and they experienced it. What kind of changes you know, this gentleman, Mr. Dholakia, is making to prove is that he doesn't care for just the profit, but he's also bothered about the purpose of ensuring that every citizen of the state in this country gets benefited, at least by a small mean of what we call as the water. So thank you so much for being here today, all of you, and I'm sure it's going to be an excellent discussion. There will be a lot of takeaways for the students also today. Make a note of it and make it a part of your life. Make it a part of your habit. Thank you so much.
A significant shift. It's no more about driving growth. It's about driving growth responsibly to include sustainability and ESG goals into the business operation. As part of the IILM, Dr. Rachna, Dr. Avitra, and myself, Dr. Shruti, went on an industry visit to Hare Krishna Exports at Surat, the diamond manufacturing hub. We interacted with several stakeholders involved in manufacturing, logistics, operations, and learned how the diamonds are actually manufactured.
The core value of Hare Krishna Exports is faith. And here faith, which is a strong word in itself, is not just faith. Here faith is an acronym. It stands for faith, aptitude, innovation, togetherness, and hard work. All throughout the 4 days we spent in Hare Krishna Exports and the Lunala ground in Amreli, we saw this faith in action.
Our visit to Hare Krishna Exports was not just an industrial exposure, it was a powerful insight into purpose-driven leadership. Meeting Mr. Sachi Dholakia, who has built an empire of this scale, was truly inspiring.
1000 दिन, 1000 लोग और 1000 एक्सपोर्ट करूँगा करोड़ का और 1 लाख से ज़्यादा सैलरी ये करते करते सब तैयार हो गई और सैलरी भी बढ़ गई। तो टेक्नोलॉजी मेरे पास थी, तभी मेरे पास 1500 लोग काम करने लगे थे 500 दिन। और 500 दिन में 1000 दिन नहीं, 500 दिन में मैंने 1000 क्रॉस कर लिया था एक्सपोर्ट। 50,000 से क्रॉस कर ली थी सैलरी। आई कैन डू इट, हम तो कर सकते हैं। आई तो विनर, मेरा सूत्र है जो एक्टिव पे आपने सुना होगा, आई एम द बेस्ट, आई कैन डू इट, आई एम द विनर, गॉड इज ऑलवेज विथ मी। मेरा दोनों सेम बिजनेस है, दोनों सेम बिजनेस है जहाँ से मेरे को रोटी मिलती है। लेकिन सही है और सही है, ये ज़मीन को बिगाड़ के, ज़मीन को फाड़ के, नुकसान करके, एनवायरमेंट को बिगाड़ के हम माइनिंग करते हैं। तो करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? नहीं करना चाहिए। और ये सेम चीज आपको लैब में बनाई हुई मिलती है।
Their work is visible through the community development, the livelihoods that they have risen in the villages, and the social impact that they have made. And this video just gives you a little story about how this foundation has evolved and doing the very best towards community upliftment.
For us as academicians, these engagements bring real-world depth into our teaching and research. Experiences like these do not just inform teaching, they redefine it.
Business
That was beautifully narrated by our very own Dr. Shruti Gill.
With the stage set, it is now time to introduce the distinguished visionaries who will guide us through this session. We have Dr. Arvind Sahai, Director and Professor of Marketing and International Business at MDI Gurgaon. Dr. Sahai is one of India's foremost marketing academicians with a PhD from the University of Texas at Austin and prior faculty stints at IIM Ahmedabad and London Business School. A pioneer in applying neuroscience to marketing and branding, he has authored Brands in the Brain and has published widely in international peer-reviewed journals. He is the recipient of the Devang Mehta Best Teacher Award in Marketing Management, the UTV Bloomberg Best Marketing Professor in India, and the Innovation in Teaching Award at London Business School. Welcome, sir.
Now we have Ms. Aarti Mukherjee, Global CMO, Taplint, and founder of Comirati. Ms. Mukherjee is a seasoned marketing and communications leader with over 2 decades of experience spanning global brands, including Tata Communications, Microsoft, Michelin, and Motorola. As Global AVP, Head of Communications, Brand and Public Affairs at Tata Communications, she drove integrated marketing at an international scale. She brings a rare blend of corporate storytelling, brand strategy, and digital transformation, making her a guiding voice for purpose-led marketing in a connected world. Welcome, ma'am.
We also have Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director of the UN Global Compact Network India. Mr. Jha is a distinguished development professional with over 3 decades of experience designing and leading large-scale development interventions across India. A Harvard Kennedy School alumnus with master's degree from the University of Manchester and University of Delhi, he has worked with UNDP, SIDBI, and the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy. As Executive Director, he is at the forefront of championing the 10 principles of responsible business and the 17 SDGs across Indian corporates and civil society. Welcome, sir. Without further ado, we invite Dr. Arvind Sahai to address us as a guest speaker.
Madam Aarti, Mr. Ratnesh, Dr. Vigyan, my faculty colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. When Dr. Shruti asked me to come here and give a talk, I thought to myself whether I want to prepare a PPT or not. Because a lot of times, PPTs are a lot of very little power and no point at all. So I hope that that's not the case today. I spent a few hours trying to put it together. First of all, let me start with a confession. There are people in this room who probably know a lot more about sustainability than I do. So what I'm going to do is to link what I do know, which is AI and neuroplasticity and marketing. I can claim some level of knowledge over there, to sustainability from a behavioral lens. What does it mean for us to become more sustainable? Dr. Vigyan kind of talked about the fact that people are starting to behave in ways which are more sustainable. And why AI in this entire mix? Because whether we like it or not, AI is going to change our brains. It is going to change the way we interact with people. It is going to change the way we think. It is going to change our cognitive abilities. And so therefore it will change the way that we behave. And ultimately sustainability is about how we behave. So therefore AI, neuroplasticity is, your brain is changing because of AI. We want to link it together with sustainability. And as I confessed, my knowledge of sustainability is limited, so I will just use a very limited lens of sustainability: reduce, reuse, and recycle, which comes from the original 1970 Earth Day declaration, and try to link it to marketing. And when I use that link, I will use a couple of examples from my recent experience with industry to kind of put forth some propositions, hypotheses on what are some likely outcomes that we can see. Next. So those are the three things: AI and neuroplasticity, the behavioral elements of sustainability, and relationship to marketing. Not sure why the font has changed over there. That's not my preferred font, but so long as you guys can take a look at it, we should be okay. Next, please. So let's start with neuroplasticity and AI. Anybody here knows what neuroplasticity is? Hanji. Malleability of the brain. Okay. Other thoughts? Dr. Ravina has worked with me in my lab at MDI Gurgaon, and I think later in the day she is presenting something. Same work? Okay.
So I think the brain, how it changes the way it functions because of change in the dynamics of the environment.
Okay. So essentially, from a biological perspective, neuroplasticity is rewiring of the brain. Brain has neurons, connections in the neurons lead to how we think. When I think, your name is Dr. Gurpreet, I think, when Dr. Gurpreet said, malleability of the brain, what it means is that the connections between the neurons in the brain change. You can change them. Your actions can change them. Your behavior can change them. The words that you use can change those connections. Now, the thing about the brain is that it learns through interaction. If you leave a child alone, and do not allow it to interact with anyone, it won't learn. The way it learns is through interaction, first with the mother, then the wider world, then increasingly these days through looking at the phone, and when it does something to the phone does something back. That's how we learn, that's how the brain gets wired. And the way that it gets wired is the way that we behave. And therefore, the key for us today, as individuals, as a society, as a nation, is how we are going to engage with social media, with AI in a way that helps our brains to grow. Because AI now is the external agent that we are going to interact with a lot, whether we like it or not, just like we have interacted with social media. And social media has changed our brains. Many of our brains, including mine, have atrophied because we use social media too much. Same way is going to happen with AI. With AI, even more. Why? Because AI is conversational. And it also does things for you. If I ask you as a student to give me a quick summary of what is the likely result of TCS, which is going to come on April 9th for 25-26. In the past, you would have exercised your brain to look for information. You would have exercised your brain to put together that information. You would have exercised your brain to then come up with some implications and some predictions. Your brain would have been doing the work. Today, AI will do the work. So what is that going to do? What is that going to do to your brain? Your brain is like a muscle. You use it, you keep it. You don't use it, you lose it. So for those of you who are going to use AI, nobody can prevent the use of AI. My principal word of suggestion, of advice, is do it carefully. Don't allow your brain to atrophy. Because if it does, then you will become a second-class citizen, whether you like it or not, if you are unable to exercise your brain. And this is especially important for young people because, we live in an age where we give primacy to youth, but the biological fact of the matter is that the so-called executive command centers of the brain are not completely developed till you are 22, 23, 24, 25. So when we allow a 16-year to choose, when we allow an 18-year-old to choose, we are actually doing that person a disservice. They do not have complete executive command control center development to actually make good choices. So I lived for so many years in UK, thoda sa wahan ka influence hota hai, where the idea is, you give control to younger people, but then they make wrong choices. Yahan par jab main aaya, to I heard faculty addressing students as bachcha. तो शुरू में मैं सोचता था बच्चे नहीं हैं, ये बड़े हो गए हैं. Legally at 18 you are an adult. But from a brain perspective, we are not adults till probably 23, 24, 25. And so therefore the importance of using AI with care, because it influences neuroplasticity. Next. It will shape our behavior. And I just want to cite one study on how it is already beginning to shape behavior and how it is affecting us cognitively. So MIT did a study last summer between April and July, and they collected a bunch of people randomly, and they divided the people into two groups. So the two groups are equivalent. And these people, 100 people, let's say, who were there, were kind of similar in profile, in their income, in their socio-demographics, in what they were doing on a regular basis in terms of reading, commuting, and so on. Two groups randomly, and they tested the cognitive levels, the ability to think and come to decisions of both the groups. And you have a certain level of cognitive level of both the groups. Then they said to one group, go ahead, lead your life as you've been leading it. And to the second group, they said, we are going to train you on using AI for certain tasks. So for these tasks, please use AI. And they took a reasonably large chunk of the thinking part of those tasks, and they said, please use AI for this. And everybody said, yeah, very nice, hamara kaam aasan ho raha hai. After 4 months, they brought these people back and they tested their cognitive levels again, cognitive skills. And they found that the group which had been trained on AI and was using AI for tasks for which they were earlier using their brain for thinking, their cognitive level had declined significantly. Why am I sharing this with you? And what is the link to sustainability? I'll come in a moment. But I'm sharing this with you because for the students over here who are the next generation, the single biggest disservice you can do to yourself, to your families, and to the nation is to allow your cognitive capabilities to decline. So please use it carefully. The next point that I have over here has to do with sustainability. So this is my very simple definition of sustainability. I know it's a little bit dated, but I find it nice. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Now, each one of these, if I look at them, is a behavioral thing. Yes, that's the lens that I use to look at the world. What does it mean in terms of behavior? So the first part is reduce waste, reduce consumption. Dr. Vigyan gave an example. I should have added change consumption. Right. He gave an example of the girl buying the slightly more expensive one because in her mind, her behavior was conditioned by the fact that I need to conserve. Similarly, reuse existing items and then recycle. So these are some behavioral things. We need to behave in that way. Behavior comes from the head. What is happening in the head? And what is happening in the head is a function of how my brain is wired. And how my brain is wired is a function of what it is interacting with, what is the AI that it is interacting with. So those of you, for example, who are now interacting with social media on your phones right now, you are being shaped in minor ways by what that social media screen is telling you just now. Next. And what it means in behavioral term, what does it mean? So I just took 3 examples. Maybe it means to buy electric vehicles, or it means switch off lights when I'm not in the room, or it means work for firms that are more sustainable. And the key idea for me is ultimately one wants to use energy that is sourced in a way that does not change the climate and planetary equilibrium. You know, you want to preserve the planet, as Dr. Vigyan rightly said. But I want to pick up on that third point, which is work for firms that are sustainable. Next. So, about 4 years ago, I was still at IIM Ahmedabad at that point in time. There was this large utility company which was visiting. We were doing a program for them. And they were facing a problem which was attrition. Young people these days, उनका प्रवृत्ति होता है एक जॉब ज्वाइन किया 1 साल 2 साल में दूसरा जॉब तीसरा जॉब and so on. Much more than used to be the case earlier. And if you're a large company, utility company, you've spent a lot of money to train these people for 1 year, 2 years. And you don't want them to leave. So you want to have some initiatives which prevent them from leaving. So you ask them, ki, bhai, what can we do so that you hang around? So when this company asked the young people, graduate engineer trainees, management trainees, other people, these were the things that the people said. Growth. We want a company that is growing. We want a company that is investing in sustainability. We want a company that gives us opportunities, different kinds of opportunities. We want a company where we think we can belong, oneness. And then the company also asked them, okay, ठीक है ये सब आप सारा बोल रहे हैं, इसमें आपके लिए सबसे important, ज़्यादा important क्या है? तो almost unanimously the answer was sustainability. So this is what people are saying. So since they were on campus and I was talking to the guy in the HR and L&D area, so I said, हमारे पास यहाँ पर lab है, you know, why don't I put an electrode on their heads and figure out what's happening inside the head, what's actually there in the brain, rather than what they are saying. So when we did that, so we created these different scenarios to represent oneness, growth, opportunity, sustainability. And then based on this, that's what we call the paradigm design. Please go ahead. And we measured some things called the attention index, effort index, engagement, approach, withdrawal, and so on. I don't want to get into the technicalities. But the interesting thing that we found was that बोल तो रहे थे ये sustainability, but उनके brain के अंदर में क्या था? growth. Their brain was much more interested in terms of approach of withdrawal index, in terms of engagement in growth. Now, why was that the case? Because their brains were wired that way. They wanted growth. It's socially desirable in some ways to talk about sustainability. When somebody asks you, you say sustainability. But then you behave in a slightly different way. I'm not saying everyone behaves like that. Many young people are very sustainability conscious. But this group of people, for this context, were reacting to the idea of growth rather than sustainability. Now, why is this an important thing from my perspective when I look at it from an AI and neuroplasticity and sustainability angle? It means that if I have to influence behavior, that becomes more sustainable almost automatically, right? We do some things automatically. हम पर्व पे मिठाई जो है automatically देते हैं, सवेरे उठ के brush करते हैं automatically. So if we want to make sustainability automatic, then the brain has to be wired that way. And increasingly the brain is going to be wired through AI. अभी social media से हो रहा था, अब धीरे धीरे वो AI के through होने वाला. Which means, and we will talk about this a little more later, that the foundational models जो आएंगे, Sarvam है, OpenAI है, they need to have something sustainable relating to sustainability built into it right from the word go, from the age of 6, 7, 8, 9. Without that, we will keep talking about it, but we won't do too much. I'm going to skip this. So we do not behave in the way that we talk about it. So that's the third part, which is linking sustainability to AI and neuroplasticity. Now let me come to the last part, which is marketing. I've just given those definitions of marketing over the last 80 years. Marketing is a very American kind of concept. They are the past masters of marketing and sales. Sales much more than marketing, but also marketing. And if you look at the evolution over time, earlier marketing was mainly about distribution. Now it's also about a whole bunch of other things: communicating, creating, delivering, exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partners, and society, etc. So the last one today, you can argue there are elements of sustainability. Now if I look at that and then ask myself the question, in the context of AI, in the context of neuroplasticity and sustainability, how is marketing going to contribute or evolve in this time when we are looking at sustainability as being integral? How can marketing integrate sustainability with AI into the whole process? So can we therefore think about marketing activities and linking human behavior in a way, given that we don't always do what we say? So here is an example from literally 10 days ago. This is taken from an insurance company. So what is this insurance company doing? If you look at the left side, so let me back up a minute and set the context a bit. This insurance company does almost 94% of the onboarding, engagement, claims processing online. Only 6% is offline. So it is sitting on a huge trove of data. The onboarding can be through email, through voice, calls, video chats. The offer of the claims, the policy is also online. The signatures are online. The KYC is video. Everything is online. Any claims processing is online. So all of that data that's sitting there, any complaints that are there, is online. The addressing of the claim, the complaints is online. So a whole bunch of online data that's sitting there. You know the demographics. You know that this person has taken a term insurance for 2 crores, or he has a endowment plan. You also know the behavior that they have exhibited at different stages of the customer journey. You know the events which have taken place around which the behaviors have been exhibited, and therefore you have the entire engagement in the history. To this, you bring an AI model. The AI model is trained to recognize patterns of behavior data and then to make predictions about what will be the next behavior of this person. Yes, the AI model is making predictions of the behavior of the person, and based on that, this company will do all of those things. Yeah? This is what the company is doing. Now let us come to the side of the customer. How is the customer being influenced by all of this? What is the level of influence that the customer can have in this process to think about how they should react? If the company is a good ethical company, then one doesn't need to think too much. But if it is having some questionable practices, which some companies do, then the customer is at a disadvantage. And this is where our ability to think, our need to preserve our ability to think cognitively becomes important. Otherwise, I will be led by this AI into doing something which may or may not be true, or which may or may not be good for me. And where does sustainability come into this? If a company is claiming to be sustainable, but it is using AI, so I've just been asked to wind up. When you give a professor a stage, they keep talking. If the company is using this for AI and it has like a few million customers, one prompt that you'd give to an AI consumes a certain amount of energy. AI is probably one of the most energy intensive technologies that we are applying. So for those of you who actually say and think genuinely that we need to be sustainable, perhaps you can use this as a way to regulate your use of AI as you go forward, right? And therefore, then the AI is much more likely to help customers. And so let me leave you with that thought. You have many different models of AI. Look for the AI models where at the foundational level, the AI model has incorporated, I have put up 3 R's of sustainability, but maybe something more. Ask the question, if I'm using Claude, or if I'm using OpenAI, or if I'm using Gemini, or if I'm using Sarvam, which one of the foundational models actually incorporates some level of sustainability, including the 3 R's, right? And how can I avoid getting imprinted? To the 20, 23, 24-year-old sitting here in the room who might think, I don't get imprinted. No, you are getting imprinted every day. At 61, I get imprinted every day. And my brain is less plastic than yours. So you will get imprinted a lot every day. And if you avoid getting imprinted, if you regulate the use of AI, then you will behave in ways which are likely to be more sustainable. Use the right AI, maybe even build some of the sustainability R's into the AI that you use, so that we can inherit a better planet, we can leave a better planet for our children. So let me close on that note. I hope some of my loud thinking resonates with some of you guys, and I'm always happy to have a conversation on these issues when it combines AI, neuroplasticity, sustainability, and marketing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Your insights on how AI influences neuroplasticity have truly left us a lot to reflect upon.
We now extend our invitation to Ms. Aarti Mukherjee to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, distinguished leaders, faculty members, and students. It's wonderful to see a full audience in this room. I've also been told to restrict my time a little bit, so I'm going to be quick and then yet concise. But I think to begin with, it'll be great if I can give you some examples from real life and practical world of the business, coming from what Dr. Sahai was just talking about, sustainability linked to AI, but let's move to the practical world. So I'm going to take examples from some of the companies I worked with. So let's take Michelin as an example, and maybe Dr. Shruti can resonate with that. She was also there. we were building a plant, a manufacturing plant outside of Chennai, which meant we had to look at all aspects of not just what we wanted to deliver, which was products, but at the same time, we wanted to ensure that we were aligned with the needs of this and the area on the ground there, which meant water, which meant vegetation, which meant livelihood of the communities around that area, and a lot of other things, which all actually comes under sustainability at a broader level, which meant when we were actually constructing the plant premise, we were taking into factors things like the water table of the area, what is the vegetation, how do we ensure that the livelihoods of the communities are continued and maintained, as well as inside the plant we had water harvestation, plants created so that we were not taking and depleting the water area in that area. So just giving you a brief overview of, but there was a lot more that went into it. That's one example. A second example, let's take, you are trying to drive sales for the organization and you have to drive a conversation with a prospect customer. In today's day and age, if you go to international markets, whether that's UK, US, even now it's coming more prevalent in India, as part of an RFP or a bid that you give as a proposal to a prospect customer, they actually ask you what is the social value that your business brings to the country, to the society at large. So that's an actual practical aspect that's coming into play. So that's intrinsic to sustainability as well. A third example I'll take is I was in Microsoft. We were working with customers across the country here. We wanted to ensure we had longer term relationships, and that was one of the challenges we were facing. So as part of our strategic direction, we said we wanted to actually align our sustainability efforts or CSR efforts along with our customers' sustainability efforts, so that once there's a augmentation of strategizing as well as programmatic approaches, the relationship that we have with our customers will be that much more longer, that much more enriching, and we actually drive more impact for the marketplace as well. So those are just some real life examples I wanted to share with you. But let's come back to why is this needed? Why do we need to do all of this? I know Dr. Sahai mentioned, and I think our dean also mentioned about the fact that climate changes and how consumers are becoming that much more aware of what products they need to buy. But let's look at why is it happening? If you come down to global environment, we're talking about climate changes, we're talking about gender parity issues on a social levels, we're talking about poverty alleviation issues and how do we address those aspects. But if you look at some stats, I just want to leave with you. So there's a Ministry of Earth Sciences recently brought out a report, and I'm going to quote some data points from there. We said that we're talking about Earth is reaching the tipping point, which is 1.5 degrees Celsius at a global level. But if we come to India specifically, 0.7 degrees Celsius increase has already happened where air temperature is concerned in India and around our environment itself. We are talking about increase in atmospheric moisture content. We are talking about 1 degree centigrade increase in sea surface temperature, which means that greenhouse gas emissions, land cover usage has become changed, and there's less of vegetation, so earth environment aspects become an issue, which is heavy rainfalls, cyclones, droughts, and flash floods, which means impact on human lives as well, which is becoming a bigger issue as well. And we have now the Indian regulatory environment, which is also bringing in, or has brought in, mandatory aspects for sustainability or CSR initiatives. So 2% of every organization has to be dedicated to, let's say, CSR initiatives, philanthropy initiatives. There is also SEBI that is mandated the business responsibility and sustainability reporting for the top 1,000 companies of listed in the stock exchange. Green bonds, I think, was talked about a little earlier. And all of this, when it comes to driving for an organization, you're looking at some voluntary actions that the organization does so that there is more trust that you actually have with your stakeholders. So whether that's SBTI, which means they are science-backed targets which you are actually driving and you're getting, you're monitoring that on year-on-year basis, whether that's the Global Reporting Initiative, which is at the Europe level, or whether that's the Carbon Disclosure Project and ensuring that the organization is self-declaring, what is the carbon footprint and how is it that we are reaching net zero as a business is becoming that much important. So sustainability is actually becoming the bedrock of businesses. If we come to consumers, I think there was a live example mentioned just a little while back. 68% of consumer behavior of working with sustainable brands is becoming that much more prevalent. And that's going to go on increasing as we go along. 73% of the employees feel more engaged if they are working with brands or organizations that are sustainable. 55% consumers pay more for eco-friendly products, to give you another example. So these are some aspects that I wanted to share as to how this is actually happening. But let's bring it down to business. Let's bring it down to marketing as a discipline. While sustainability is becoming core to business operations, and that's going to become that much more prevalent, let's say even 10 years from today or even 5 years from now, circular economy, shared value, those are some principles that organizations will definitely need to bring in at a much more advanced level. And why is all this needed? Because you're driving trust, you're driving transparency, and that's where your stakeholder confidence comes in from, whether that's your investor, whether that's your employees, whether that's your customers, and that's the entire piece that around which a business is actually functioning. So with that logic, the three Ps, the triple play that was mentioned a little while back, plus profit. And I think for organizations globally, while yes, people, purpose, planet is really important, but profit is equally important, otherwise why are they existing? So there have been organizations actually globally which have actually publicly said that, this is not a viable proposition for us, and we are not going to be looking at sustainability for us, but that's where they lose consumer, investor, customer confidence. So sustainability is definitely going to be the future, whether that's environmental, whether that's ethical, or societal contribution that organizations are making. And that's the bridge between marketing and ESG or sustainability. So translating stories so that you're able to build that level of connect, whether that's at an emotional level, whether that's at a business level, is becoming really critical. Communicating impact. So far, I think, let's say 5 years back, most of the communication in marketing was driven more around product and strategy. Today, it's shifting towards impact. People want to hear and listen, and they feel more connected with brands where they're talking about how they're making a difference to the environment, how they're making a difference to society at large, as well as the entire ecosystem in which they operate. So those are some aspects to consider for the future direction of how marketing is actually evolving. And I think there was mention about green marketing, which happened just in the last conversation. What I do want to point out is there are a lot of brands we see who talk about green marketing, but actually when you go down and see what's the kind of action they're doing, it's not in the same space. So greenwashing is another term that's come into play, which is actually talking about how companies are overcommitting, or they are overshadowing what work they're actually doing versus what they have committed to or what they're marketing themselves with. So it's really important that you stay authentic, you stay transparent, and that's where the trust quotient will go up. So I want to just close it because I know I maybe have overshot my time a little bit, but I want to leave you with a few thoughts. One is we are the ecosystem. We live in it, breathe in it, work in it. It's our responsibility, whether we are consumers in their daily life, whether we are employees in our work lives and our professional worlds. So when it comes to ESG, in simplistic words, what does it really mean? So E is actually company's impact on the planet. S is company managing relationships. And G is company's internal governance. And that's where if you are focused on these three elements, I think then you've made it home. For India specifically, Today, from the UN SDG goals point of view, we are ranked 99 out of 167 markets globally. We have committed to net zero targets for 2070. I know it's a long way off, but we have to take steps from today. Only then we will reach the target that we've committed to. And the last thought that I want to leave everybody with is that companies of the future will ensure profitability and responsibility go hand in hand. You have to leverage sustainability to build trust, and the brand leadership will happen as a result of that. So thank you for that, and I'll leave you with that thought.
Thank you, ma'am. Your perspective on sustainability, enriched with multiple real-world examples, was truly insightful.
We now invite Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director General, IILM Lodhi Road, to join us on stage.
Keynote speaker. We are now privileged to invite Mr. Ratnesh Jha to deliver the keynote address.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for patiently waiting for my turn to listen to me. So I represent UN Global Compact, an entity, a unique entity, which is facing the private sector. And all other agencies of the UN family work with the government departments, state as well as national level. We are the privileged ones who are allowed to, and we extensively work with the private sector. We also work with academic institutions like IILM and many other management institutes, and our initiative for the management school is PRME. Many of you may have heard it, Principles of Responsible Management Education, and it's a very popular worldwide organization of management which precisely talks about what is the topic of today's deliberations in the conclave. And I'm really complimenting IILM Lodhi Road for picking up such a wonderful and timely and very topical issue. And what my previous speakers have done is really clarified the lay of the land. So I do not need to go through the presentation, although I had some points and I had thought of powerfully projecting it. But in the interest of time, I will refrain from that. But what I will do is, since I am talking to youth, I will just make 3 points which develop on the previous speaker's deliberations. Is one on greenwashing. Marketing is typically, I mean, it's like what, selling refrigerator to the Eskimo or something. That is the common joke that is made. So you have to work if you are looking for a career in marketing, you have to work with, I'm not saying that the current ones do not, but it is more and more imperative that you work very closely with what your production people are doing. Because what is happening on the shop floor, what is happening within the office and all the utilities and the AI and excessive use of resources that Arvindji spoke about, all those things you have to internalize when you make your pitch or when you try to sell things. Don't just paper over the challenges that you have in your production processes. Please share with your customer or client the struggles and the challenges that you're facing. That makes the story credible, because now in the age of AI and social media, a customer in Berlin is as aware as a customer in Bariarpur in Bihar. So please be very careful and mindful, because the gap between the large town, large city, large market and the emerging market is the awareness levels are growing, the purchasing power is definitely moving. My earlier speakers also alluded to the whole marketing efforts which need to be truthful and transparent and objective. So I would reinforce that, because that is the long term play that is going to happen, especially because of the dynamics of ESG. Now again, ESG, I am so proud to share with you a little fun fact. UN Global Compact, World Bank, IFC and many other institutions in 2004 have come up with a publication which was called Who Cares Wins. It was a project as well as a publication which ran for 4 years, from 2004 to 2008, where this whole concept of ESG, looking at all the environment, the social and the governance aspect, was declared to the world as a main rating framework in which we could assess how companies are doing. So simply talking about environment is not enough. Simply overemphasizing your CSR through social impact is not enough. Your internal governance also has to be in matching with the expectation that your stakeholders have. So from shareholders to stakeholders. And who are our stakeholders? All of us who are work inside the factory gate, who live just outside the factory gate, who consume our products. We are ethically and morally responsible to have a comprehensive framework which governs our actions and is aware of the requirements of all the stakeholders. So I think this is in essence what ESG means. And when a marketing campaign is designed, I think the teams who are designing the framework in the back end as well as in the front end should take care of all these aspects. Otherwise, the companies will not find sustenance in terms of a long-term vision or a long-term structure. We also are talking about financial. So the whole purpose which UN Global Compact and World Bank came together and brought out this publication, Who Cares Wins, was that, okay, there are companies and there are companies and there are claims and counterclaims. How does an investor decide that this company is telling the truth or this company is worth putting our money in terms of sustainability related framework? So this is what we had developed then, the ESG framework, which then went on to be more sophisticated in terms of principles of responsible investment, and which is still working with its 7 principles. So the whole framework development part, which is the UN's role, we have done. Now it's up to you to take those principles, mainstream it, internalize it, use it, whether you are marketing or producing or any other function that you are performing in your organization, if sustainability is not at its heart. And Arvindji, you mentioned that I don't know so much, but actually you have captured the essence, because we are still using the same framework of reduce, reuse and recycle and repurpose. So it's the story is same. I mean, 266 years ago, we came up with this industrial revolution kind of framework where exploitation was and profit was, narrow pursuit of profit was the framework or the paradigm. And since then, what Vigyanji also alluded in his initial remarks, now the wheel has come full circle, and we are now realizing that decentralized, less energy intensive and sensible use of alternate energy, reducing our consumption levels, thinking about the planet is coming back. So now when this movement is happening, if marketing people do not change their approach or change their attitude, I think the company is going to be in a rude shock. So I'm so happy that IILM has chosen this topic for today, and I'm sure you people will internalize all the discussions. I see Mitali ji and many other people whom are leading this initiative in whatever capacity they are working. They have all been curated so well and brought before you. Please make the maximum use of it so that you are able to internalize. So I also liked your example, Arvindji, where students spoke about sustainability, but your electrodes revealed that they are internally thinking about growth. So that gap has to be narrowed down. Growth is important, growth is critical. We all come here to grow and to expand and prosper, but is it at the cost of the Mother Earth? That is the question we have to ask. And there are landmark decisions which companies make in which sustainability is a major consideration. But I am appealing to all of you who are going to begin your career in the next year or so. There will be 1,000 decisions where there will be an easier path which will yield short-term gain, and there will be a more difficult path. In the scriptures, it's called prayas and shreyas. So prayas is what you feel that, yes, this is what I want to do, and shreyas is what you ought to do. So this movement from my want to ought is the whole game, is the whole presentation which I wanted to make, and I hope that within my allotted time I have been able to convey. I'll be around for some more time, so if anyone wants to have any specific interaction, I would be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful session on sustainability, ESG in marketing.
I now request Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi to felicitate our distinguished guests. We begin with our chief guest of the day, Dr. Arvind Sahai. Miss Aarti Mukherjee. Mr. Ratnesh Jha. I request all to gather for a group photo. We now move to the most anticipated segment of the morning, a panel discussion on purpose-driven marketing for a sustainable future.
This panel brings together CMOs, business leaders, sustainability strategists, and academicians to explore how purpose, profitability, and ESG goals can align in marketing strategy.
I request all panel members to take their seats on the stage. Today's discussion will be moderated by Ms. Mitali Nikore, founder and chief economist, Nikore Associates. An LSE-trained economist and TEDx speaker, Ms. Nikore founded Nikore Associates, a youth-led policy think tank advising the World Bank, GIZ, and multiple G20 bodies, including Think 20, Women 20, and Urban 20. She was named one of the 75 Indian women in STEAM by the Government of India, honored with the India-UK Achievers Award at the UK Parliament, and featured as one of Forbes 22 for 2022 industry leaders. A LinkedIn top voice for gender equality, she brings a rare combination of economic rigor, ESG sensibility, and public policy depth. Welcome, ma'am.
We kindly request the students to be quiet and please be seated. And we are privileged to have an outstanding panel of experts, Mr. Upendra Upadhyay, an IIT Delhi alumnus and digital strategy leader with over 24 years of expertise spanning data analytics, AI, brand planning, and digital marketing. At the intersection of government and technology, he leads analytics with My Government India while concurrently driving crowdsourced analytics initiatives at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Satish Mishra, Chief Sustainability Officer, Trident Group India. Dr. Mishra is a seasoned ESG and sustainability leader with deep experience in heavy industry, having previously led the environment and sustainability function at JSW Steel, where he drove the plant's responsible steel certification and spearheaded decarbonization and energy efficiency projects. With an executive MBA in business strategy and finance from IIM Sambalpur, he now leads Trident Group and Trident Group's ESG and climate strategy, overseeing sustainability reporting, circular economy initiatives, and green compliance. Trident recently scored 72 out of 100 in the S&P Global Corporate Sustainability Assessment 2025. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Ajay Seth, Advisor Customer Service Panasonic Life Solutions India Private Limited, an MBA from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology with an IIM Raipur Executive Program. Mr. Seth brings over 2 decades of leadership across consumer electronics and retail. He has held senior roles at Samsung, Reliance Digital, and AGI Greenpack before having customer service excellence at Panasonic. He is a recognized voice on sustainable service delivery and brand trust in consumer durables. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Rajan Verma, General Manager, Customer Engagement Strategist, JK Lakshmi Cement Limited. A seasoned marketing and customer engagement profession at JK Lakshmi Cement, a flagship company of the prestigious JK organization with over 140 years of legacy. Mr. Verma brings extensive expertise in driving customer-centric strategies in the building materials sector, a space increasingly shaped by green construction mandates and ESG accountability. He offers a grounded, industry-side perspective on translating sustainability commitments into meaningful customer relations. Welcome, sir.
Ms. Shweta Berry, an IILM alumna, CEO, Mahanadya Universal Consultancy Limited. She is also an IIM Calcutta alumna and seasoned techno-marketer with over 26 years of experience. Ms. Berry is a globally recognized thought leader in marketing, IoT, and digital transformation. As former Director Marketing and Strategic Alliances at Ares Communication, She successfully built multi-industry brand portfolios and launched a dozen B2B SaaS products across India, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia Pacific. Recognized as a top 20 global influencer on IoT by Thinkers 360, she now drives digital-first, data-led consultancy strategies at Mahanadya. Welcome, ma'am. We look forward to a rich and stimulating discussion. Over to you, Ms. Mitali Nikore.
Okay, I think they're all working. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to the students and thank you for having me here. So, I think we've all woken up to a very interesting day. How many people here in the room thought that we would wake up to a very different reality today, maybe a nuclear war? How many on the panel? I'd love to get a mood check before we get into the marketing discussion. How many thought that today we are going to have आज तो कुछ होने वाला है?
I think we have got used to, share aya, and finally, whenever it would arrive, and we have accepted that fact. If we have championed World War I, World War II, and the worst of the wars with, health at stake, the COVID, I think we can survive everything. And this month is the Earth Day also. So I think I got up with the consciousness that I will switch off the lights before I leave home.
Yeah.
I will ensure that, my carbon foot is lesser than it was yesterday.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you. So I think this morning when I woke up, my thought was exactly this, that, the first thing I want to do is open any of my favorite news apps, which feature me the most, of course. And try to see what is it that the world is actually talking about. And I think that actually links very well with today's theme of purpose-driven marketing. Because, when we talk about purpose-driven marketing, we're often speaking about the fact that, okay, let's link our marketing efforts to sustainability. Let's link our marketing efforts to, say, gender equality. Let's link our marketing efforts to, something which is very current and which people are really talking about. So I think, for all of the panel today, there are few themes that I really want to touch upon, which is that in a world which is so multipolar, where there is so much uncertainty, where a lot of our purpose-driven goals around inclusivity, around green energy, around sustainability are constantly getting impacted by this kind of geopolitical upheaval, one can say. How do you actually find a hook into purpose-driven marketing? Because it's literally about, what's the next crisis that's going to come up? What's the next issue that's going to come up? What's the next thing that's going to capture everyone's attention? How do you sort of maintain that marketing hook in all of this chaos? I think that's a central theme of today's discussion that we'll focus on. And of course, at Nikore Associates, as everyone knows, we are very passionate about gender equality. I mean, our entire, thesis is around gender mainstreaming. So one question I think that I will pose to all the panelists today, and I'd love to hear also from the audience, when we have time for Q&A, is really around how do we mainstream this conversation of gender equality in, in our narratives, in our industries, in our spaces. So, I will start actually, Rajanji, with you. We're talking about JK Lakshmi, right? It's a legacy brand. The brand and the company have seen many wars, have seen many, events in the global economy. But is today feeling different? And how do you maintain that purpose-driven marketing in today's context?
Okay, morning everybody. Earlier, just to add that when you woke up today, what you were expecting today. So just on a lighter note, I expected more on the media front to talk about how to make a nuclear bomb. And that rightly connects with the word sustainability, if you look at it. The crux in sustainability doesn't in today's world or marketing, if you talk about is, we have to get away with the mood of greenwashing. That is what the organization has been doing it. When you greenwash, when Mr. Jha also in the earlier talked about, you talk about a perspective, but it's not actually on ground. And over a period of time in our company have been that let's relate ourselves and give somebody a purpose. Purpose in the sense that what is the product or what is the value is somebody is actually going to take up. What he is going to actually feel, touch and feel. Nothing that if I talk about, look, this is a best in class product. Good niche line, good ad line, but does it add value? It doesn't add value. It's not going to sustain my brand or a company. Unless I tell, okay, look, what's gone behind this product and what's the purpose behind it. Today, if I go and tell to my rural folk, one of my masons, contractors, they are a big part of my value chain, from starting from the raw materials to once it's reached my product. And I go and talk to a mason in a rural village, okay, look, I'm giving you a green product. The first thing it hits the mason, okay, what you're talking about. It's not going to add value. Yeah. Unless until I tell him okay, what is that product is actually going to benefit him. If I don't touch the core issues as good, is it going to help him save water? That's the speed of construction. If I don't tell the contractor, okay, look, if you use my product, maybe your life cycle of your product or whatever you have constructed is going to go up. So there are a lot of, today is what you have been talking about. We have been over a period of time, right from the technology which we bring into the focus and what the product is, we first visualize what is the actual value that we're going to get into. That's what sustainability and marketing is in today's world. Everybody talks about sustainability. It's like a branding ad, you go and buy AC or a fridge, it says it's CFC free. But does it work? But in marketing sense or in actual system, it doesn't work because you know CFC has been banned worldwide. So it's just a greenwash. So if you are able to add, like when we talk about a recent product of ours has been a green product to calcinize, it's a use of calcinized, right? And you're talking about was and the saving of the energy. That's what we are doing. We have brought it about a byproduct which saves on the energy front in terms of the production. So that's is point by point we try to contain it.
Yeah. No, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but I'll come to Ajay ji now. Ajay ji, you know, again, it's a very similar challenge, right? It is a legacy brand. The recall value for a brand like Panasonic today, when you ask the Gen Z, is it an aspirational brand? May not actually be an aspirational brand, right? So then do you link purpose-driven marketing to a brand like Panasonic and say, okay, this is how we are positioning it. You know, we are making it aspirational for the youth because of the purpose-driven nature of the brand.
So let me try to recap the morning speakers first of all, wherein 3 R's were talked about. And we also spoke about something called greenwashing. Fortunately, while greenwashing is still, the issue here is we are not doing greenwashing. We are selling hardcore air conditioners having high electric efficient products. And we are communicating at the shop floor, it's 5-star electrical saving gadget which we are selling. It's a connected product which we are selling. The core fundamental issue is, please try to understand, every 2 to 3 years, the energy star rating gets changed. So as an example, 1st of January 2026, all 5 stars gadget which were sold prior to 2026 has become 3-star. And those 3-star air conditioners which were sold last year have now become 2-star or maybe 1-star. So in order to back up this type of a change, we have to be shop ready, floor ready. Now if you have to do that, this does not mean that the compressors which are used in air conditioner in 2025 has got into a new air compressor. That does not support the sustenance itself. That defeats the sustenance. So industry is working day and night to support the core sustenance. We are using the similar compressors, we are using the similar populated circuit boards called PCBs, or we are similarly using almost the similar technology. Now in order to support those changes and sustenance efforts, a lot of hard work goes in R&D, not with Panasonic, with everybody across industry. The issue here is that, and why we are getting confused with using the word greenwash, we are not communicating it.
Yeah.
We are not communicating it. And that's the fundamental principle of marketing. If you are delivering it and if you are not communicating it, that's unfortunately is of no use.
Yeah.
The core here is we are not communicating. We are making a wonderful shop floor story. It's a 5-star product, connected ACs, supported by various celebrities of Bollywood and sports. But we are not communicating rightly from a point of view of sustenance. That's the point which I want to make.
I actually want to ask the audience a question, and so if everyone can look up from their phones and look here. Hi, hello. Have you all seen Dhurandhar? Who all has seen Dhurandhar? Can you raise your hands? Just raise them higher if you've seen it, so that I can get a sense of the percentage. Both parts. Fantastic, sir. Who has seen Padmavat? Yeah. Ramleela? Okay. Now, do you know which is the AC brand that Deepika Padukone and Ranveer Singh are advertising for? Lloyd's? How many people say Lloyd's? You know about it? Like, just see the numbers, right? Very honestly, like, these two are arguably some of the most famous Bollywood stars that India has today. And literally, the man's film has been seen by every single human being that we can, count. 90% of people have seen Dhurandhar. And yet, only 20 or 25% of the audience is saying, we have a recall of the AC brand that he and his wife are advertising.
True.
So, I think that, very honestly, when we look at the state of manufacturing and when we look at the state of marketing, that linkage between behind the scenes, what's happening behind the scenes, that sort of marketing is linking very well with young people. I mean, we do it at Nikor Associates also, where if I am doing a television appearance, I'll actually put up, the BTS. Because suddenly people are more interested in the BTS than what I actually have to say on the TV. So very honestly, that's how it's kind of become. And I mean, that's what is coming across with everyone. But I think I'd come to Satish ji now. So Satish ji, you are dealing with not even a product, right? You are dealing with a service. And you're also competing in a very crowded segment with so many different hospitality chains which are offering pretty much, on surface, the same service. So how do you distinguish, how do you use purpose-driven marketing to actually be that hook that, helps you differentiate your service?
Yeah, thank you. I'm from Trident. So Trident, that's one thing, purpose-driven marketing. So I must say that in 2014, around 13, 14, so that was the one incident we had. Incident means we have to go for the printed towel. On that time, the ink of that printed towel, we came to know that it will going to impact my customers, users. and we chosen that will not manufacture these towels. We completely, we even not started that printed towel. After it somewhere 1819, while the technology was little bit more sophisticated and advancement came up, then we started. But in between 6-7 years, we lost the market share. So others, those who are the competitors, they gained and they started. Even though lot of product came from China as well. So if we are working in ethical way, that we decided that we are going to create some value, whatever customer delighted we can. So we have to stick. It's a required investment. It required some time. We have to bear the consequences as well. But now still we are sustaining and we are export. Mostly our product are 70% around we are exporting to US and rest of Europe and others. So while we saw the news every day, so because of geopolitics, even before that it was tariff. And after tariff now it's a new front open up. So you can imagine that how stressful, how our whole supply chain, our manufacturing facilities and our customers where they are working, what are their requirement, demand. So how we can. So and another thing, our major customers like Target, IKEA, Walmart, JCPenney, Ralph Lauren, so they are. And their commitments like that we don't want, one of the example that we don't want to sell caged eggs, caged chicken. Or by 2030 we are going to be carbon neutral. So how they will be, if suppose IKEA, they committed that we will going to green, completely carbon neutral by 2030, and being a Trident, we are supplier for them. So the ultimately pressure will going to come on us. We have to make our whole setups aligned with them as per their requirement. Yes. So definitely it's a tricky and challenging task, and it required. ESG is a hardcore, most of the time I am telling that it's a financing activity. We have to, and it's a efficiency. Decarbonization, while we are talking about, it's a efficiency. It's a your process efficiency, and how much emissions we are, ultimately carbon dioxide emission, it's itself contain carbon particles. Carbon is nothing, it's going to give you energy, either coal or any source of. So while we are planning to replace it, or we are replacing it, so in sort, some part of somewhere calorific value, energy value, we are going to reduce. And directly it's going to contribute your efficiency, your profitability, and ultimately your another planet part will always going to cover. So while the marketing part, so one of the, while we are another part of the purpose driven. So last time, one of our Swedish customer to whom we wanted to sell our product. So we started the process. Our marketing team, initial second dialogue, they asked that who is your sustainability chief? And we want to interact with them. So first our sustainability chief and your, means Trident and their, they will interact with them, and they will. After 4 meetings, they refer that, okay, now marketing team, sourcing team, they will start conversation. And what was the whole discussion? How you are manufacturing, what type of facility you have, what are your carbon footprint, what are your disclosures, how much you are water consuming, how you are recycling, what are the quality. So all these around 400 parameters. So we have to go through it. Even though being most of the, I guess, here marketing or finance guys will be, students will be. So being marketing people, we have to know these outcome. So you are going to represent your organization. Right. Wherever tomorrow you are going to work. So you should know these facts. You should know how it will came out. It's just not, mostly marketing people will tell that just give me 2 pages so that I can narrate the story.
Right.
So
no, absolutely.
It's a better that we have to go in detail. We can understand so that we can. So
correct.
All these in Trident we are, these are the mode of operandi now. It's a new normal.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is the new normal. And I think, the real question which would come for even the management institutes, right? For all of you who are teaching, for all of you who are studying, I think the big question becomes, does this move you? And I think here is really where there has to be a reflection for all the brands that are using purpose-driven marketing, but also for consumers. That am I picking a product because of their commitment to sustainability? Like, am I going to go and stay in Trident Hotel because they said that they are not going to change towels 3 times a day, but they'll do it only if you, indicate that you have to do it? Or am I going to still go on price, right? Will I pick the cheapest possible hotel in that category? Or will I pick a hotel because of its commitment to sustainability? At the end of the day, I think even for brands, the real question becomes, what is actually driving consumer decisions at the end of the day? And while there would be compliance requirements like you have described, at the end of the day, the final consumer is probably still moved much more by the bottom line, by the price, as opposed to the sustainability commitment. It's only when the price is equal that you actually say, okay, fine, this brand, they are doing something for women, for example, or they're doing something for marginalized communities, or they're doing something for the environment, and therefore I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to actually go for this particular brand in that situation. So I think it's really a scenario of what drives the consumer motivations and what drives the consumer decisions. So with that, I think, Upendraji, coming to you, you're with Meaty. How is Meaty, getting into this entire discussion of helping the private sector and working with the private sector to really drive this initiative around ESG, around especially, of course, the environmental part of it, but also the social and governance. And the G is, I think, what you represent here today.
Have you heard about Meaty's initiatives like Meaty Startup Hub?
Yeah, I have, but I'm not sure.
How many of you have heard about Meaty Startup Hub? India AI. We recently concluded India AI Impact Summit. I think all of you must have heard about it. Now, can I get 2 replies what that summit was all about? And we had participants from all across the world. Yeah. When we talk about data security, artificial intelligence, and consumer behavior, first of all we have to get back and ask this question to ourselves, whether we want to be the part of this mad rush of AI and social media, or we want to get back to the basics first as well. So, how many times you open, I'll just ask a couple of questions to the audiences, and I want them to reply as well, so that I can explain this to them properly. How many times you open Instagram on your phone in a day? What is the greed that asks you to open Instagram again and again? Fresh content? Fresh content? If you won't be getting the fresh content every time you open Instagram, if you won't be getting the fresh videos or the reels you open the Instagram every time, will you be opening it again and again? So what is that drives the engine of any technology or AI or marketing or social media or anything you talk about? That thing is called consumer behavior, right? And what is the main driving force behind that consumer behavior? It is not falling to the trap of mad rush. And as ma'am also explained, we need to sit back and relax. What exactly are we going to achieve with artificial intelligence and data and all the mad things that we are going on social media? How many of you remember that when social media was made popular late back in, I think in early 2000s, right? Did anyone imagine that social media has so much of power of toppling a government in Nepal 25 years down the line? Did anyone imagine it at that point of time? No. So, amount of time that we are giving to social media, coupled with the behavior intelligence that it has, are you sure that we are on the right track of giving so much of time? So, when we talk about government in terms of artificial intelligence, the government is, all the government's models are solely based on private-public partnership, and also the feedbacks and the usage and the models are created in such a way so that they are only and only, first of all, made for the betterment of the citizens. Not any government is not any private body like Meta or Google. They are all private bodies. They are not made by US government. So when we talk about the government only make products which are betterment for the citizens, which are used for the betterment of the citizens or the citizen engagement. I come from MyGov. I think you must have heard about MyGov, which is a IBD of Digital India Corporation. We make different products for the users which are highly AI driven and which are highly made by proper research from the public-private partnership. Like few of the products, namely Covin app. I think we all must have used Covin app during COVID. DigiYatra, DigiLocker, Umang app, and I think DigiYatra, DigiLocker we use on the regular basis, right? So government only focuses on the products that are focused around public and they are focused around the betterment of citizens, not the improper use of the data. And that is the reason why we have just concluded implementation of DPDP Act. I think you must have heard about it as well. So it will be implemented soon so that any social media intermediary won't be able to use your data apart from the purpose for which it has asked you to sign to collect the data.
No, absolutely. I think, this is very, very critical for all of us to understand, because I think the developments when it comes to AI are taking everyone by a point where we are getting exhausted by it already. Every day, I think, you spoke about how many times you're going on Instagram. When I am going on Instagram, the one thing I'm constantly getting is, you can use Claude for. And then there are like 10,000 things that I can use Claude for. I have no time to actually learn it. My team has also got no time to learn it. And I am constantly screaming at my team, why do you not already know this? Why is Instagram telling me this? Why don't you know this? So literally, I think the developments in AI are reaching that point, sir, and I think it's so important that you highlighted this, that it's beyond any single person's capacity to actually keep up with it. And it is, of course, very critical that we do keep up with it. But we also need structural learning to keep up with the developments and to say, because it's almost like we are expected to now have all of the knowledge in the world enshrined in one person. But that's not how the world was actually developed. It was meant for people to trade their skills with each other. And I think this is exactly where, I'd like to bring in ma'am. And Shweta ma'am, I think the question really for all of us, as we come to this part of the discussion where, we've heard from legacy brands, we've heard from the government, we've heard from new age brands, around purpose-driven marketing, there are a lot of concerns. But my question to you is more from a gender perspective, and not only because you are the only woman on the panel apart from me, but also because if we don't talk about it, it doesn't get spoken about, right? We don't, hardly I have been to any panels where if I don't have a woman on the panel, the question of gender doesn't come in. So how can brands actually bring in gender equality as a marketing strategy, but also as a strategy for brand identity in an environment where increasingly there is a question that do we even need gender equality? Because, around Women's Day, there was a lot of questions around the fact that do we still need Women's Day? So how can brands really do this? And how do you advise brands, when they come to you around questions of purpose-driven marketing?
Thank you. Thank you for this question, Mithali. Thanks, IILM, for having me here. And just to, put in perspective, I agree with you that there are very few panels where you'll see equity in, the gender representation in the, panel boards. The same is reflected, elsewhere also. And I'm voice of woman in STEM, and believe me, I am not even a engineering graduate. Okay, I have my master's in history. I am pass out from IILM. This is my alma mater, and I topped IT and marketing. I am Shri Kulwant silver medalist from here, and this is my karma bhumi. This is where I have been trained to where I'm sitting today. And did gender inequality hit me? Did glass ceiling had to be broken to be a CEO today of a company? The answers could be yes, could be no, but ultimately I think what matters in equality is you have to give merit to meritorious. Yeah. You have to give merit for people who understand what diversity brings on the table. Diversity doesn't mean that you need to have equal number of women and men in your professional setups. Look at healthcare, look at education. Do you see more men or do you see more women in these professions? Yeah? More men or more women in healthcare and in education? Come on, I'm asking you people. Is it more female-oriented professions or male-oriented professions? You will see more sisters or more brothers who will take care of you in healthcare. More sisters than brothers? Absolutely. But who says their, brothers are not equally sensitive? Absolutely. Correct? So yes, there could be certain professions where male dominance was coming from the legacy. Army today, the Supreme Court had to pass a judgment in 2002 that women will be serving in active service. They have recently been inducted into the military. We used to serve as short commissions. Now we are in full commission. Why? Ask that question, why? I've been, called in institutes to talk to women, to talk to our, special gender on telling them why you only think about taking HR and not marketing and not sales. Absolutely. The question is, why do I need to go and talk about these things? I mean, if I ask question to each one of the gentlemen here, they would today say that we are ready to share our positions. We are ready to vote for women. Then what is, what is stopping us is my question. Yeah. Is it that we cannot network after office hours? Yes, that's a practical problem. We have our families to take care of. A little more caregiving role is given to women than men. But who stops you to go for your chai breaks when your male colleagues are going on sutta breaks? Who stops you to tell them, let's have a chit-chat party, let's have a gossip party after our lunch break and let's get updated on what's going to happen next? Come on. Owe your space. Speak your mind. Because if you don't, nobody else would. With respect, with dignity, and that Atma-Vishwas. Today I feel proud that wherever I go, and it's been a 10 years long journey with my association with academia, and it was purely because of my occupational hazard. It was not that I was going and taking, giving motivation speeches, or I was, called because I was in the industry at a special position, a director having 6 different portfolios, and all indirect sales, not direct sales, but very high level visibility portfolio from the client side. What makes you who you are is not the challenges you face. Men today face equal amount of challenges, especially the cosmopolitan men, believe me. The kind of pressures they have, we can't even imagine about it. But let's just, ask ourselves, who's stopping us? The first and foremost, our own mindsets. Second of all, if there is a male dominance where you feel, you would not be able to survive, make them your mentors, make them your colleagues, make them your go-to people for help. They're more than, obliged. They feel proud that you came to them. Hesitation. And yes,
right.
I know that, certain boards always prefer men and they prefer women when things go wrong. But we are not scapegoats if we prove that we are here with sincerity, with dedication, and COVID has proven it. The women leaders, the Nordics, Finland, to your, Denmark, all the women leaders had actually combated COVID much more precisely, bravely than any other country. And
Absolutely.
India was an exception.
Absolutely.
And that's why we say Bharat Mata. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So I think we're coming to the end of this panel discussion. I have gotten permission to do a rapid fire round. So I'm going to just do a quick rapid fire round with everybody. And what I'd really like all of you to say, just one simple question to everyone, starting from you, sir, and going down that side. What is the one thing that your organization is going to do in 2026 for purpose-driven marketing? Just in one line, rapid fire.
Regulating usage of AI, DPDP has already been implemented, and very soon you will be hearing government is launching its own social media platform with a constructive topic-based discussions.
Fantastic. So,
Relying on the topic which we are discussing, we have already launched a green product. Now it's more in terms of the education to the actual users. That's the purpose behind it. Otherwise, it's a complete waste.
but sir, cement में आप क्या educate करेंगे users को? Cement तो सारे same होते हैं.
No. That's the thing people have still not. If you go into the ground level,
Yeah.
you got a minute?
Yeah, please.
I'll just do a simple exercise, then I'll explain it to you. How many of you are using Samsung? From the back corners, out of the 70 odd of you? Samsung phones? Okay. iPhone? Okay. The lady out there, when you want to exchange your iPhone, you had suppose an iPhone 13 earlier and now you have bought an iPhone 15 and all. What's the first thing an Apple store does? Because it's what's closely linked to it.
Yeah.
Are you aware about it when you try to get a value of an iPhone 13 or yeah? What's the first thing an Apple person, the actual Apple store will do? Anybody who has used Apple? Can you? Yep. Yes, please.
Go on.
Yeah, please answer. When you try to resell your iPhone or try to get a value out of it, what does an Apple iPhone engineer checks on it? What's the base? So, stopping you, the main crux is the battery. That is the heart of any product. So for us, if you're looking at it, the heart of cement is not just cement. Many people, it's not a commoditized anymore. It's more of a branding. That's where the premium comes in. So the heart, if and unless I don't tell my middle chain, the part of my middle chains are the contractors, the masons, the institutional. How is the product actually going to benefit you? I may develop a calcinite clay LC3 green product. I have it. So if I'm not able to tell my mason will be still looking out for, sir, pani kam lagna chahiye, for example. That's how he talks. While a green lead building owner or somebody in the institution, government or institutions, they're willing to pay more because it's green certified. There are a lot of things which is lit. So unless I've got it measurable. And what the gentleman answered, one of the crux behind the heart is they are able to measure it.
Yes.
So that is what is what drives any product. If we are able to get a measurable intent, that's where the value is going to come in. And that is what we are going to.
Understood, sir. Sir?
One sentence?
Yes, one sentence, please.
So sentence is pretty simple. We are not going to communicate to the customer that we are selling a cooling product. We are going to communicate that how this product is becoming relevant and useful over a period of years together. And that is what probably the marketing communication is lagging in our industry. Is something which is in Japanese terminology or management, we say TCO, which means total cost of ownership. That's what is missing. So we would like to communicate total cost of ownership, that if you are buying an air conditioner of any brand, what is the total cost of ownership, including the sustenance elements also and governance elements also.
Got it.
Thank you.
From our side, Trident, we are working there to change the complete overlook of ESG performance. So we aiming that by 2026, end of 26, now we are 72, our corporate sustainability assessment score, 72 now. So we aiming that this year we'll going to achieve 90, and that's the major challenge where we have to work to make our complete supply chain SCM part. So we have to cover this, assess the whole impact. We have to make sure that it's our whole SCM will be, we can achieve the greater way, the green supply chain kind of. And circular fashion, that's another word we are going to work. Because it's every day we are in textile manufacturing, so we are manufacturing day in, day night. So many tons and tons of product. Ultimately, where it's going to? The end use. So that's another aspects we are going to cover in this year. Yeah.
So I think at Mahanada we are already doing this. We don't say that sustainability is your ESG reports or it is what you do reporting periodically. It is ingrained in your purpose of existing, in your value chains, right from vision, mission to your value statements. And what we advise, and we actually walk the talk, we help them walk the talk, our clients, is that don't look at brand positioning in your retro respects, what you have been doing past ages. It is now performance communication. And like all of you said, communicating what we are doing, we already have good, we have excellent product in efficiency, in productivity, everything given tick marks. We don't communicate it well. So let's focus on performance communication. And I think as marketers and those of you, especially women who have changed their minds from, your desk sitting jobs to core marketing and sales, what you need to do now is do not look at campaigns, your social media campaigns, your offline ATL, BTL, TTL campaigns. Look at how you're going to work. And Mahanadia is doing exactly that, that we look at continuous engagement ecosystems of our clients with their B2B and B2C clients. That is where performance-driven marketing leaves a mark which becomes a legacy for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank my panel, and just to conclude, I want to leave you all with 3 key takeaways from today. And I promise you that my 3 key takeaways will be better than ChatGPT and even Claude, for sure. No, I'm just better. So the first one is that when we talk about purpose-driven marketing, that has to have a hook in what people are actually following. So if people are following the economy, then it has to be something around sustainability. If people are following gender and they want to, fight and advocate for gender equality, then you have to make the woman the hero of the story. If people are following green sustainability initiatives, you have to truly show what your brand is doing. So it can't be just around, just putting up a story and saying, yes, we are doing this, but it has to be genuine, it has to be honest. The second takeaway is around data. and transparency. I think today 25% of consumers are Gen Z and another 30% are millennials. And we are not looking for brands who just say we are doing this. We are looking for brands who can prove they are doing this. And that's why we are looking for the data, we are looking for the back end, we are looking for the BTS story just to know that it's actually happening. That's when purpose driven marketing can actually work. And the third key takeaway for me is that the face of the brand matters. You know, the recall value matters. And that need not be a very big celebrity, that need not be somebody that has a big following, but it has to be somebody who's relatable, who's genuine, who has a true connect with the audience. And I think that's something that can help brands in actually communicate their message around purpose driven marketing. So thank you to IILM for having me moderate this session, and my team at Nicor Associates, which is here to help in putting this session together and also doing our comms for today. So thank you to all the speakers for taking the time, and a big thank you to the organizers as well.
For such a thought-provoking and insightful conversation. We now request the Dean PGDM, Dr. Raju Mojumdar, and Dean UG, Dr. Sonia Khera, to please come forward to felicitate our esteemed panelists. We also request Dr. Bigyan Verma to come join us for the felicitation. We also join Dr. Shivani Khurana and Dr. Sanyukta Jolly to join us for the felicitation.
I request all panelists and respective deans to join for a group photograph.
Business
Now move to one of the most unique and engaging conversations of the day, our fireside chat.
Join us for a special book discussion when branding met the movies.
You know, branding and movies are basically the same business. Don Corleone never ran a single ad, yet the Godfather brand has outlived every competitor. That's positioning.
Closer home, Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara sold Spain to an entire generation of Indians better than the Spanish Tourism Board ever could. That's branding.
And Oppenheimer, 3 hours, no interval, no item songs, yet house full for weeks. Because the idea was the marketing.
So today, we ask what happens when the science of branding sits down with the magic of cinema.
Probably something like this conversation. Please welcome our guests, Mr. Chaitanya Kumar Prasad, Head Communications and Outreach, Ministry of Education, Government of India. A senior civil servant with over 3 decades of experience at the intersection of media, government, communications, and public policy, he has served as Additional Director General of Doordarshan News and Documentary Films and as officer on special duty at the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and led the G20 Education Working Group at the Ministry of Education. A JNU alumnus with a deep passion for cinema, branding, and cultural communication, he brings a rich understanding of how storytelling shapes public narratives and institutional trust.
In conversation with Mr. Prasad, we have Mr. Mohit Gupta. Mr. Gupta is the co-founder of Friends of Books, a platform dedicated to bringing readers and literary conversations closer together. With a background in publishing, culture, and community building, he champions the intersection of idea, storytelling, and brand culture, making him the perfect voice for a book discussion on cinema and branding.
Welcome, sirs. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
That's what. I just played the Durandar song, sir. I actually wanted to request if somebody can plug in that song and everyone would have actually got up and danced on it. I have better songs as well. Considering I have a very good young crowd, many of them are wearing blazers and ties as well. So I would have actually played rock on for them because that's how the life is all about when you are in a college. And when you are in a college, I don't know how many of you bunk now, but I used to bunk a lot, especially because of those days when the morning tickets used to be cheaper. The morning tickets used to be 15 rupees and the noon shows used to be 100 bucks. So the only choice was to bunk the school or the college and go out. I'm not teaching anything, sir. Let me put the disclaimer here. All IILM students are very sincere. They should not bunk, but they should also realize that life lies in movies because my guru, Mr. Atul Tiwari, whom you saw in a similar auditorium scene in 3 Idiots, और वो सीन तो कोई भी नहीं भूल सकता. 3 Idiots कितने लोगों ने देखी है? उसका ऑडिटोरियम सीन तो सबको याद होगा, है ना, चतुर वाला. उसमें जो मंत्री जी थे वो अतुल तिवारी हैं. He is the person who was in Maharani as the governor. और वो बड़ी नायाब बात कहते हैं. वो कहते हैं दुनिया की जो सबसे बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी है वो IILM हो सकती है, लेकिन वैसे सबसे बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी मूवीज़ है. आप मूवीज़ से जितना सीखते हैं वो शायद ही और कहीं से सीखते हैं. It changes your perspective throughout and throughout. And today I'm very happy that I've got a beautiful book which very proudly and with a lot of courage I can say that this book should be part of every B school. Because if movies are the universities, this book definitely deserves to be part of the curriculum. We need to understand what is marketing, what is branding, how do you create a mind recall. Imagine content today has taken a shape where you can watch a movie for 8 hours. I've got friends who have watched both Durandars Part 1 and Part 2 in a go. They said हम पहला देख आए थे, लेकिन just to have the continuation हमने दोबारा देखा. तो पहले 4 घंटे फिर शाम को अगले 4 घंटे. Imagine 8 hours and we were talking about Instagram for 10 seconds or 20 seconds. The game lies in the content and how do you produce it and how do you create a mark on it. That's where a lot of such movies have created their impact. Sir, considering has a considerable experience in how the film festivals do happen. somebody said in our introduction, Spain was sold by the movie Rock On to the whole world. Spain, for example, holds more than 400 film festivals. I think more than that, so nearly 400. And in India, Delhi had just its first film festival with the people like us and pseudo Punjabis and Punjabis. हमारे तो रग रग में पिक्चरें भरी हैं भाई, हम तो पिक्चरों में ना लाइफ में कुछ करते ही नहीं हैं. So on that sense, I think this book, which is When Branding Met the Movies, will bring in a lot of charm to all of you. And I would come to you, sir, now, when I have set the context for the book, for this beautiful book. Give us a great example of a mind recall, where every one of us, especially the students who are, can recall of a movie as a great brand itself, or a place, or a song, or anything that you like to start.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me, and especially when you talk to a young audience. And what you try to do essentially is to bridge the generation gap. That's very important. Moji just said he just mentioned that when you go back in time, you know, the 100 rupee ticket, we also belong to that generation when we used to stand in line. We have faced the agony of black marketing in tickets, failing to procure tickets in the sweat and heat, the enthusiasm to buy tickets for first day, first show. I'm talking of the golden era of Amitabh Bachchan. Today, all of the young colleagues sitting here, the young friends sitting here, you are used to walk into PVRs, it's all air-conditioned, swanky seats. We belong to an era where you had paper tickets, we had broken seats, lights used to go off, so you used to wait in that period with catcalls and hoots. So those things don't happen anymore. We are in a more defined ecosystem. You referred to which movie, which song. It's very difficult to put it together. But one movie which I'll ask, how many of you watched Sholay? नहीं आगे वाले तो देखे पीछे वाले ने देखा है कि नहीं स्टूडेंट्स नोबडी इज वॉच शोले नहीं देखा है अगर नहीं देखा है तो ज़रूर देखिए बिकॉज यू आर स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ मार्केटिंग शोले इज़ अ कंप्लीट आइडिया when it started Ramesh Sippy perhaps did not realize what he was going into. Sholay recently completed 50 years. It was reinvented, digitized, and it was released world over. And the crowds just thronged. I have seen Sholay about 40 times. Because every time you watch Sholay, you discover something new in that movie. And it's like typical recall, and try it out, friends. The moment the movie starts, right from the signature tune, right from the time the signature tune starts, you talk through the movie, and every dialogue, every scene that comes through, especially people sitting in the front row, there is an automatic reflex action where you start speaking the dialogues. I don't think any movie in this country has had that impact. Not at all. And the other, just one more reference point, one movie which I would now feel is creating that glass breaking or glass ceiling experience is Dhurandhar. As students of marketing, I would request all the young friends here to do a case study to look at why has this movie succeeded. The 100 crore story is over, now we are looking at 2,000 crores. So the number of zeros are increasing. That's another impact, we'll discuss that a little later.
In fact, sir, you mentioned Sholay in 1976 when this movie came, the first 70 big picture. Ramesh Sippy, I think for the students, just to be curious about this movie has so much of anecdotal value that you can actually form a quiz around it. I would have watched the movie possibly the similar number of times and made quizzes out of it because this movie has all that stuff. Same thing live with Dhurandhar because now on Instagram what you see is ये जो gym trainer था ये यहाँ से कैसे पहुँच गया. This is tell some backstory which is not known to anyone. Anyone. Like जैसे मैंने trainer का बताया, वो I think रणवीर सिंह का trainer था, who got the role as Wasim in the movie. That's what I've come to know. Anyone? ये पता था सर आपको? Wasim was the trainer नहीं. He got the role because he was a gym trainer. Anyone else? Sorry? जनकपुरी में, अच्छा, not the रणवीर सिंह. Oh, I thought. Again very interesting. जब ये second part में वो plane में चढ़ रहा होता है सर, तो वहाँ actually उसको डॉक्टर लेने आता है. He's an actual doctor on the set. तो ये खाली घूम रहा था, तो इसने बोला सर मैं डॉक्टर, मुझे भी कोई रोल दे दीजिए. मैं एंड में आएगा एक रोल, तो वहाँ खड़े हो जाना. You know, these are anecdotal values that you create through social media, which earlier was not there, it was only the press. So my question to you is, because you have mentioned so much about how movies create their branding and also a recall, social media now is playing a very important role before the movie even comes out. So for example, Hans Zimmer, who's the man behind so many of these OSTs, which sir will tell, Hans Zimmer has recently collaborated with A.R. Rahman and Kumar Vishwas for the new Ramayana that is coming. And Hans Zimmer has been a classic case of before things come, the word spreads. Anything on the usage of social media and creating the brand also?
You see, what is happening is that we are in an age of instant revolution, information overload. Panel before us talked about Instagram. It's more like an addiction in the morning, where you have your cup of tea. How many times do you scroll into the various apps, whether it's Insta, Facebook? Facebook is a poor second, but yeah, because I happen to work in the system, so I look at X to see which way the torpedoes are coming. But as far as cinema is concerned, what you need to understand is how well it has been crafted into the whole institutional process. By the institutional process, I feel, how has the cinema architecture utilized social media? Every day there is a new creation. When we were growing up, when we were in college, for us there was no social media, right? What was our introduction to a movie? There was a screen newspaper, full size, tabloid kind of thing, where posters used to appear. And so we would go to the newspaper store and beg the guy, because it used to be stapled. So what was the star attraction in that? Posters of the coming movies used to appear, black and white or color, whatever, right? So we looked at posters, like I remember Sholay or any other movie down the line, you see, those till about 2000, 2005. You looked at the posters and tried to, you know, reconcile within as to what is the kind of movie that we are looking at. Today, in the age of social media, look at the movies of the past. Jawan, Pathan, Fighter. I mean, I'm mentioning all this because they are blockbusters. Look at the way social media has introduced this. And with Dhurandhar, what has happened thanks to social media, we had previews which was done for a very select audience. I discovered that previews were held for audiences at skyrocketing tickets, and it went houseful. Shows that were organized at late night or early morning. I don't know, barring a Rajnikant movie at 5:30 in the morning in Chennai or in elsewhere in Tamil Nadu, we have ever come across a movie show at 5:30 or going to watch a Dhurandhar at 12 or 11:40 at night. So I was asked by my family, they said, "Raat ko chalenge?" I said, "Dimag kharab hai kya? 4 baje subah picture dekhe." I mean, this is the kind of buzz. And what is the other buzz? All of you know it much better than me, at least. Look at the way the movie is introduced. The announcement is made, 24 hours left, 48 hours left, 2 days left. So then that is the gradual expectation and the build-up, right? Then they will give you a small poster image, a poster introduction. Then they will add something more to that poster. Then they will give the song in a snippet, 2 verses, 2 lines, then with a very heavy tagline. So that curiosity builds, and then they attack simultaneously Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. What is important is the star's personal handle. I'm sure all of you must be following a number of stars. For a marketing student, I think that is the best exposure. The other thing I'll tell you, sir, this is the new paparazzi that has come in. I'm sure all of you know that. Would you imagine people dressed up so sophisticatedly to going to catch a plane, to have flash bulbs at yourself? This is the order of the day. So when I went to Bombay, I asked one of them actually. They said, "Saab, hum log ko phone kar dete hain ki itne baje aana hai." So we are a selected group of people, and we are tutored ki kis tarah se photograph kheenchna hai, and that is before a movie. What I'm trying to tell you is that the whole dynamics has changed, and social media, according to me, unfortunately, has taken out the soul of watching cinema. I remember, and pardon me for saying this, I remember I don't think they would have ever accepting the front row again. Hum Dono. And have you heard of a movie called Hum Dono? People at the back? Naam suna hai Hum Dono? Nahi suna. Anyway, yeah, it's not their mistake, our mistake. No, I'll tell you. Ji? No, generation, no. What I'm trying to argue, not to support cinema that way. These are films, if you watch them with a sense of, enjoyment, it's a different kind of enjoyment. So what was why did I mention Hum Dono? It's a black and white movie. Devanand is there. I'm sure you know who Devanand is, right? India's Gregory Peck. So I'm sure you know who Gregory Peck was. So if you don't know that, you better look it up on your Google. Hum Dono came out as a black and white movie. It was repositioned as a color movie. It was all dubbed, etc. All the technological inputs were put in. Now, why did I mention Hum Dono? I went to watch the movie. I've seen it in black and white, so I said, let's go in with my family. We went. What was amazing was people like us had come with their parents. So there was this whole ecosystem which had parents watching Doordarshan, not Doordarshan, sorry, that's a slip. That's my past. Watching Hum Dono in a new theatrical experience. The other thing which I will say, sir, before, is why is it that cinema halls today are re-releasing the old movies? And the songs too, definitely. The old songs that are being remixed, reused, Dhurandhar has Boney M. Boney M, in our time, there were two bands. One was Boney M, the other one was ABBA. We don't belong to the Taylor Swift generation, so हमें समझ भी नहीं आता. But for us, it was Boney M and it was ABBA. And Bee Gees. Yes, Eagles, Carpenters. These were our time. So your time is different. What I'm trying to say is that it's a totally different experience, but as marketing students, mark my words, please go back as to why they are taking refuge with the old mantras again. You're going back in history, trying to pull out content once again and trying to tailor it to your generation.
You're right. It's an experience. So, for example, Dhurandhar, Rabba, ho, ho, ho. Now, that's a song which also adds up to your parents. Because when you go watch a movie, for me it was like, wow, nostalgic. Yeah. Somebody is using one of my favorite songs, Rabba, ho, ho. Or say, for example, choose wala song to samajh nahi aaya. Like, the dance was great, but choose. But you have to understand what this song is. And in the new one, the Didi and the Didi. Now what is happening, the marketers are playing it very well because they know that their audience is not limited to a specific age. Their audience for 3,000 crores includes you, your parents and your grandparents as well. So that's where the strategy lies. And possibly when you make something as a design thinking process, how do you add all these elements of sense, of watching, of listening? And I think that plays a very important role. Today, since considering we are part of a sustainability conclave here, with the added marketing, I would like to quote a movie which we didn't discuss, but I would like to quote, which is The Inconvenient Truth. I don't know how many of you ever seen this movie. This is a documentary, it's not a movie, based on what Al Gore was trying to do in America. This is a hard-hitting movie, and especially as marketers who really want to do something about sustainability, unlike what Dr. Sai was telling in the morning, कि हम बोलते sustainability लेकिन सोच पैसे रहे होते हैं. तो अगर आप सही में कुछ सोचना चाहते हैं तो Inconvenient Truth is the movie or the documentary you all should watch. It's a very hard-hitting movie, and there are many other such movies and creations that have been done on sustainability. But considering, coming back to experience that you said about poster, there is a specific brand that every director or a producer represents. Say for example, Sanjay Leela Bhansali. Now this is larger than life, Hira Mandi, Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam. And then you realize that something magical will happen on the screen, colors will fall from this side, will be golden, it will be beautiful. What do you say about creating a personal brand of the creator with all these elements as an experience to the audience?
Well, you mentioned Sanjay Leela Bansali. So, if you watch a Bansali movie, the first thing is, you just don't know what hits you. The kind of thought process that he undergoes would be a delight as far as marketing students are concerned, because his knack for details. For example, he was on that experimental grid. He came out with a movie called Savaria. It was all dark blue, etc. Personally, I liked the movie, but people hated it, you know. It was a very bold experiment. Now, when you look back and watch the movie, perhaps you will not give him so many negative marks as far as Bansali is concerned, you see. Because for him, aesthetics is very important. His dance, his choreography, his lyrics, his mix of singers, the use of classical music. You see, it stays on within you. Such songs don't die out. For example, again, unfortunately, I have to refer to the front row. You go back to the 50s and the 60s, those songs. For example, if you, wo kaun thi lag ja gale ki fir khasi raat. I mean, when you listen to such songs, it resonates back and forth. In the current generation, in the current genre of songs, I wrote it down because I would not have remembered. I was discussing with Mohit. Jasmine Sanders. There are 5 lines, that's it. Just 5 lines and a few dance steps. Amazing voice. But this is what it does to you when you create a personal brand. She's become an overnight celebrity. You open Instagram, I'm sure if you do it now, back and forth, it is the same song which is playing in and out. Then you have Satinder Sartaaj. He has sung 3 lines, that's it. So together they are just there for about 7 lines. But look at the impact. The same way that dance step, if I can say so. Ye wala. I mean, it is being copied globally. It is being, so what better marketing do you want? Those steps, again for Jawan also, for Pathan also. So this is a new phenomenon as far as cinema is concerned. And if you remember Akshay Khanna, in the first part of Durandar, why we are referring to it is because it's fresh and new and it's there in everyone's mind. Akshay Khanna's steps, it's created history and has given him a new awakening. And especially that song was sung by Hassam Asim. And you don't understand what he is singing, but the tap and hoop and hop is so well done that everyone is copying those steps globally. So what I'm trying to tell you is that this is one part of the spectrum, sir. The other part of the spectrum, which I would request my young friends to see, watch this song from Mughal-e-Azam, Pyar Kiya To Darna Kya. I'm talking of 1956. That magic of dance, lyrics, the way it is sung is very, very different. And mind you, I'll have one more line to just add to you. Those days, you did not have AI, you did not have algorithms, you did not have technology. The old compositions had the harmonium and the retinue of orchestra people. And practice with the director, the producer, everyone, they used to have these baithaks where they used to come out with the tune and tone. आजकल वो नहीं होता है. You feed in an idea, you get the lyrics, you look at the gallery of musical tones, and the song is made. In fact, for marketing, I would suggest, if you're looking at cinema, to compare the old and new processes. That would be wonderful. Why I can't insist, but request is that nothing like this has been done before. And I'm sure by the time you pass out, you will have a lot of takers for your innovative work. So as marketing students, my request to you is, please try to dive deep into those areas, those subjects, those themes which have remained untouched so far.
So very well put. In fact, we talk about Steve Jobs. It was calligraphy that actually gave him this idea. So you should always look for parallel ideas. So I'm sure the first row will try to teach you a lot of MISs, strategies, and a lot of other things. Pardon me for this, sir. But as backbenchers, you should actually explore life here. किताबों से निकल के बाहर तो देखो होता क्या है दुनिया में. और क्योंकि आपने सर अभी हम दोनों का जिक्र किया, तो मैं क्विज के साथ इसको खत्म करूँगा. Is there anyone who remembers any song from the movie हम दोनों देवानंद? ये कभी किसी ने कभी भूले भटके सुना, पापा मम्मी चला रहे हो, है किसी को भी याद है? कोई भी song? Any song from movie हम दोनों? It's only applicable for the people who are under 25 years of age. I'll not even. Okay, but अब क्या करें, हमारे पास भी समय बड़ा लिमिटेड है. हालांकि हम 4 घंटे की मूवी की बात करें, लेकिन इस चर्चा के लिए हमें आधा ही घंटा दिया गया था, वो भी बड़ा शार्प. और मैम देख भी नहीं है बार-बार यहाँ से, तो कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है, आधा घंटा था. लेकिन हम दोनों के बहुत सारे गाने फेमस हैं. उसमें से एक तो था मैं जिंदगी का गम धुएं में उड़ाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ाता. हाँ बिल्कुल, वो सुनेंगे जरूर, वो रील जरूर बनाएंगे.
That's a wrong depiction.
लेकिन उसी पिक्चर का एक और बड़ा अच्छा गाना था, जो कि मुझे लगता है सबको हमेशा याद रहता है, खासतौर पे जब मिलने का टाइम तो कम ही होता है ना, गर्लफ्रेंड के पास.
She is singing it.
अरे क्या बात है यार, तो गा के बताओ ना इसको यार. Just come to the mic. अभी ना जाओ छोड़ के कि दिल अभी भरा नहीं. No, दिल बिल्कुल नहीं भरा है सर, लेकिन क्या करें, जाना तो पड़ेगा. And on that note, thanks to you sir and to all the curious people here, this is a must book. इसका एक lecture जरूर रखवाओ. Ma'am, give some credits to the book, say 4 or 5 or whatever the credits you want to. But this is a must for any marketing student to understand how the world works. Thank you sir. Thank you ladies.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Pleasure.
Thank you for that wonderfully insightful conversation at the intersection of branding, storytelling, and culture. I now request Dr. Atima Mankotia and Dr. Sartaj Kheda to facilitate our guests. A few mistakes I'm called for. It's been a long day.
That's what I say. It can be a course in itself, and how it evolves.
And this young generation needs to know about it.
No, what we did was just these random thoughts of picking it together and आगे चला.
I request all to stay back for a group photograph.
As we move towards the conclusion of our morning sessions, we invite Mr. Amandeep Singh Narang, Executive Director, PNG Marketing and Corporate Communication, IGL, to deliver the valedictory address. A strategic communications leader with over 3 decades of experience, Mr. Narang has devoted more than 2 decades to IGL, India's largest CNG distribution company. Holding an MBA and a master's in mass communication, he has been instrumental in transforming IGL's marketing from a visibility function to a vehicle of trust, educating and empowering customers on clean and sustainable energy. His work at the heart of India's green energy transition gives him a uniquely relevant voice on purpose-driven brand building.
Very good afternoon to all of you. We are fast approaching lunchtime. The session is delayed. The closing remarks. Nobody is in a mood to take the gyan now. But yes, I will not give any gyan. This is not a classroom. I'm not going to teach you any theories, sorry, but I'll give you some stories. Now I'll tell you a story. COVID was not a very long time back. That was just 5-6 years back. Everybody is at a standstill. Everybody is sitting at home. As far as we are concerned, I mean IGL is concerned, we have around 14 lakh houses which are running on gas. The who's who of our country are among our customers, and who's who of the country are in their kitchens. So we had to ensure that the supply continues to those kitchens. So one story, what happened was, this was in Kalkaji control room. They got a call. There was some family which had come, and they've come from overseas and they were confined. Because you remember this quarantine used to happen for a few days and then you couldn't move out. So they just came from overseas and they were not able to cook in their house because they had got their supply disconnected from the back. So they called up our control room. The control room goes there. Our people go there. The technician, the junior engineer goes there. And suddenly they see the family is quarantined and there is a police picket there. There's a directions of district magistrate that you can't go inside. Now what was the purpose? The purpose was we wanted to repair so that they could cook. But they were calling again and again, listen, we don't have any food here. What do we do? The administration had totally stopped them from going. So what our junior engineer did at that point of time, which I think no loyalty program can ever do, nobody can teach you in the classroom. He arranged that for next 3 days, he supplied breakfast, lunch and dinner, cooked food to their house, because to ensure that purpose is achieved. So if I look at sustainability, now where does this come? I'm sure that engineer wouldn't have ever studied Peter Drucker, who said that marketing is so basic that it can't be considered a separate function. It has to drill down. But what he has done for us is that very strong branding, that trust in the brand, that trust in the supply. And today, 5 years later, when we are facing this current ongoing crisis, where the government is looking at, we have to increase the penetration of piped natural gas in the country. Because 50% of the natural gas produced is within the country, only 50% is imported, as compared to LPG, where around 85% is imported. So when we have to move into that energy transition, and it's not just pipe gas is available only in Delhi, it's available in multiple cities, but it has not succeeded in other cities as well as it has in Delhi. Because as you read in your books, humans are resistant to change. Organization behavior, when it is taught, first step comes in, your assumption is that humans are resistant to change. So I remember 20 years back when the pipelines came to the country came to city, specifically in Delhi, many people were resistant. Oh, pipeline is going to come to my house. It's going to be a safety hassle. Oh, I don't know how much they're going to be charging for this. The bill will come. Because they had certain examples from electricity meters running very fast, or maybe meter is going to be very fast over a period of time. Because at that time, what customers were buying? They were buying just gas. They were just looking at the price. We didn't talk about the gas, we didn't talk about the price. What we talked about was a story of convenience. We pitched it as a smart fuel, a smart and aspirational fuel, which on the front, if I look at the ESG framework, the environmental aspect, yes, natural gas is the cleanest burning fossil fuel, lowest emissions. The social aspect, you get more time, you don't have to pick up the cylinders and carry it to the second floor. Your elderly parents are there. There are a lot of females in the house, the cylinder runs out. So that social aspect is taken up. And the governance part, the transparency of uninterrupted supply. And that doesn't come when you just say it. It comes when you practice it. So all that in the ESG framework, if I look at it, ESG framework takes you to the entire concept of sustainability, what we are talking about. In the current scenario, energy security of the country has become a major issue. Now, energy security, when we looks at, we have to secure the supplies. So when we have the entire media shouting that there is an LPG shortage in the country, and this is the time for us where we've also pitched in. I mean, we've been working every day for the last 1 month, that there is a sudden jump in the supply. And there is the media persons who are every day after our lives, how many connections you've given. The monitoring is being done at the top post. And the country is managing it really well. And I'm not going batting for the government, but let me tell you, the way the whole situation is being handled, it is being handled, even the Secretary of the Government of India, they are working till 10 o'clock every day in the night, monitoring the supplies in every remote district. It is being monitored in every district. So, as far as domestic supply is concerned, energy security, it is actually in the mindset. Now, we always talk about, as far as energy, because I come from energy background, I will talk about the energy specifically. We're looking at that net zero is our aim till, when are we going to be net zero? Which year? Anybody knows? 2070. But yes, in the oil companies, we are always, within the oil sector, we are saying that we are going to be net zero by 2040. That's the aim we've set for ourselves. So when we're moving to, ideally there is a lot of hype around electrical mobility. Everything is going to be electrical. But don't you know, how are you producing electricity? More than 2/3 is from coal. You're burning hydrocarbons only. But when we are pitching usage of gas, we're looking at this, pitching it as the cleanest burning fossil fuel, the minimum emission. And we're looking at it as a transition fuel. We rather call it as a transformational fuel. And what really transformed, Delhi example, we've already seen how CNG was introduced, although it was introduced by pressure, but ultimately it became a lifeline for Delhi. It gave a major relief. And similarly, when this transformation of piped gas has happened in our houses, it is not just the price, or it's not just the gas which has changed, because gas is too boring, no? It is the behavioral change which people have brought in. Now, we don't even remember that we used to carry cylinders to the second floor or third floor. It is a behavioral change which took a lot of time, and it took a lot of energy, and that has been done basically through the concept of storytelling, which comes to the essence. This ESG we are talking about, sustainability, companies used to bring up with those fancy sustainability reports. We are doing this. Just a footnote on CSR. The much maligned world in the corporate world is CSR today. We are doing this much CSR. This is the sustainability which is happening. But if you don't tell the story, if you don't communicate, and that was what the message was, through the movies also the story, messaging is also being done. The stories of sustainability, the stories of what you're doing, you just don't have to do good yourself. You have to communicate that, yes, this is the difference you are making to the society. And that's what I think the essence of the entire conclave is there today. We see a lot of campaigns, and a lot of campaigns have been very successful. I was, of course, started my career in 90s. One of the first books which I had read was autobiography of Lee Iacocca. He used to be a transformation leader who transformed Chrysler. So one of the anecdote I just remember from that book was about a young girl from America who moved to England in a school. And she tried to fit into that traditional English culture, being very sober. And that time, in the 90s, when we were studying, there was a very common terminology called CAT, Common American Teenager. So that is what every American youngster was referred to as. So she tried to fit into the English culture. Everybody thought she's a total phony, she's a total fake. And everybody used to just make snide remarks about her. But then she realized that it's not going to make any difference by changing what you are. And then she tried to be normal, what she actually is, the style, the aura, the swag, what we call it today. And then she became a really popular because everybody wanted to be like that, aspirational. So the messaging is you have to be natural. The communication has to be transparent. That we often use in sustainability and ESG studies, we normally use a term called greenwashing. I'm sure you must have read about what greenwashing is and where it started from whitewashing all your sins that corporates what they're doing. It's very much used in the energy sector. They're trying to, because they're polluting fuels and they're trying to be. But greenwashing is not going to help in communication. When you're doing what you are doing, you're doing good for the nation, you're doing good for the society, and that's ultimately what is going to be reflecting in what the results are. Because tomorrow, just imagine if your brand goes away. Is there anybody who's going to remember that? I think we need to create brands which people can remember for a long time. And sustainability is only those people are not going to be who are selling more, they are going to be remembered, who make a difference to the society. And I think as youngsters, and I think that you need to be very cautious of the decisions you make when you start your careers, the brands you develop, how much associated you are, because ultimately you can't communicate. If you don't believe in the brand, you will not be able to communicate. There are a lot of things, a lot of gyan which your professors can give, but I think it's time for lunch. All the best to everyone. It's been a nice afternoon here, coming to IILM for the first time. Thanks a lot, Dr. Gill, for inviting me and the entire faculty. And I wish you all the best to the institute, to the director, Mr. Chaturvedi, been meeting for a long time, and all the students. You have a bright future. I did MBA when the number of institutes in the country was just around 70, 80. We just had a class of 20, 25. Form a discrete, but then it's the effort which makes you think. So entry, yes, make a good entry, try to make a difference in your careers, and you're going to be going a long way. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for gracing this conclave with your presence.
I now request Dr. Gurpreet Singh Bhatia and Dr. Shruti Gill to felicitate Mr. Amandeep Singh Narang. it is now time to recognize and celebrate the spirit of sustainability through our Sustainability Award ceremony.
In the days leading up to today, our students didn't just discuss sustainability and ESG, they put it into practice through two high-energy competitions that truly captured the spirit of our theme, shaping the future of business and marketing, sustainability and ESG.
We had a case competition on 1st April conducted in 2 rounds where teams tackled real-world marketing challenges through the lens of sustainability and responsible growth. Next, we had our quiz competition on 6th April, conducted in 4 rounds, a spirited test of awareness around business, marketing, and sustainability. I now hand over the mic to Clio's Vice President, Aisha Ahuja, to announce the winners.
Thank you, Rishabh. For the case competition, our runner-up team was Midas Magic, and the winners are Rishabh Hore and Surbhi Kumari. I would like to call Dr. Shruti and Dr. Vidushi and Dr. Mansi on the stage for certification. And Dr. Ron. And the winning team with a very unique name, I must say, was Chote Dawn, and the members are Rishi Goyal, Indrakshi Singh, and Vishnupriya Mishra. Yeah. Guys, go. It's a team. Can we please have a big round of applause? Guys, a team picture. The team picture. Yeah. And for the quiz competition, the runner-up team was Sell It Like SRK. And the team members are Shreya Agarwal, Radhika Sharma, and Kunal Ambawat. Can we please have you guys on stage? And the winning team for the quiz competition was Three Musketeers. The members are Manav Makkad, Kartik Rawat, and Jayant Kachawa. Can we have a round of applause, guys, please? Congratulations, winning team.
To express our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, and faculty, we now invite Dr. Shruti Gill, conveyor of Marketing Conclave and a senior marketing faculty, to deliver the vote of thanks.
And I promise I'm not going to take any more time. Lunch is waiting right out there. So thank you very much, guest faculty, distinguished speakers, panelists, for joining us today. I think we had a very, very interesting theme, and we never realized the entire marketing team was dressed up in green. So that's amazing telepathy that we've got. I thank our faculty from Greater Noida campus, our students coming from Greater Noida campus. I think each one of us need to be a little bit more considerate with respect to what Dr. Arvind Sahai started the conference with, the 3 R's: reuse, reduce, and recycle, right? So we need to be a little bit more conscious of our decisions that we are taking, because these are the small baby steps that if we take at an individual level, we together can make it as a drive. So thank you very much. Thanks to our leadership, Dr. Chaturvedi and Dr. Begyan. I think, sir, your guidance and support helped us in meticulous planning. I think we should give a big round of applause to the organizing team. Dr. Sartaj, Dr. On, Dr. Vidushi, our area chair, Dr. Rupali, who's not present among us, but she has been the backbone for this marketing conclave, the CLEOS Marketing Club, faculty coordinators, and the amazing, amazing student volunteers. Without this, I mean, we can't do without you guys. And I think let's just leave with this note that, today marketing campaigns, they just need not be effective, but they also need to be responsible, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you very much, and please join us for lunch in the forum. Thank you.
Interactive workshop on neuroscience marketing.
This session will explore how neuroscience can unlock deeper insights into consumer behavior, especially in the context of sustainability. We will dive into understanding subconscious drivers of consumer trust, applying neuromarketing tools such as eye tracking and EEG, and designing communication strategies that resonate with consumer values and emotions.
Guys, can you just take your seats, please? Thank you so much. Thank you.
We have with us Dr. Ravina Gupta, PhD research scholar, Consumer Neuroscience and Neuromarketing, FMS University of Delhi. Dr. Gupta is a researcher at the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, specializing in consumer neuroscience and neuromarketing, exploring how brain science can decode consumer behavior, brand perception, and subconscious purchase decisions. Her work bridges the worlds of neuroscience and marketing strategy, making this workshop a rare hands-on opportunity to experience the science behind consumer trust.
We are honored to invite Dr. Ravina Gupta to lead us through this insightful session.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm not too loud. I'm not actually hands-on with this. So please give it that ma'am, you're too loud or low. Okay? Pardon? Loud. Okay. Okay. Little, amendments I would like to give in the brief what was just told about me. I've done my PhD in neuromarketing and consumer neuroscience from FMS Delhi. Prior to that, I worked in industry for 10 years with Accenture, Ernst& Young, Airtel, and Reliance. And today, I will not be able to give you hands-on on EEG because that's completely technical. You need the lab settings, plus so many electrodes, you cannot bring it out of the lab. So we will be discussing about neuromarketing. I'll be trying to set the context of neuromarketing, and we will be having the hands-on on eye tracking, okay? Um, Owing to the post-lunch session, I have tried my best to make the session interactive, but of course that cannot happen until and unless you will not cooperate. So please try to volunteer, please try to speak up loudly, and just see, I'm fasting, I've not had my lunch also, and still if in case I can deliver, you can just use your prompts and you just have to say few names, that's it. So just be energetic, okay? We will be starting up with small activity, and I promise you, throughout the workshop, I'll try not to doze you off. Just give me your little attention, okay? So I need 5 volunteers. Five volunteers on the stage, please. And whoever is allergic to aerated drinks, please don't come. Okay, just 5, yeah, hello, just stand there. Your name, please? Okay, I'll just write J. So I'll just write, take the initials. Rishi. Vibhav. Vibhav. Okay. Sarthak. U. Okay. Okay, all set? So what these people would be doing is, just listen carefully. You have any doubts, please ask before. Okay? So each of you would, take 1 cup from that side, which is the left side, and this, probably not the right. This is the left side, and that is the right side. So 1 cup from each side. Come one by one, taste, and 2 things you have to tell us. 1, which one do you like? Why? And which brand do you think they are from? Okay? So we'll start with J, because I've written in the same sequence. Take 1 from here also. कौन सा अच्छा लगा और क्यों? थोड़ा fast करेंगे, okay?
राइट हैंड साइड वाला सही लगा. राइट हैंड साइड सही लगा.
ये वाला ज़्यादा सही लगा?
राइट.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
getting confused. वो वाला अच्छा लगा.
हाँ. थम्स अप है.
And this one?
ये कोका कोला है.
Okay. ठीक है.
हाँ.
Next, from R, Rishi. And oh, you did not mention why.
बिकॉज उसमें थोड़ी गैस कम हो गई है तो कार्बोहाइड्रेट कम एज कम्पेयर टू थम्स अप है.
ठीक है.
यस मैम, राइट साइड वाला बेटर है.
Right वाला better है.
यस मैम.
Which brand?
मैम वो आई गेस थम्स अप ही है.
Thumbs up.
यस.
Okay, and this?
और ये मे बी पेप्सी.
Okay, with Vibha. And why did you like?
मैम ये ज़्यादा स्वीटर है एज कम्पेयर टू उसके.
Sweet fizz?
यस मैम.
So we just try to catch the words. Next. कोई बात नहीं, gas बोल दिया तो क्या हो गया? It's okay.
Ma'am, right is better.
Right is better?
Yes, ma'am.
Brands?
Thumbs up.
That one is thumbs up. And
Coke.
why?
Ma'am, it's much better, I guess.
Use
Taste-wise.
mic.
And it's much better than it's much better in taste-wise.
In what sense?
In taste-wise.
Taste.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got 3 points. Fizz, sweet,
Sweet and
and
taste.
taste. Okay. Then S.
Sarth.
Sarthak. So I would be needing you people again. After 2 minutes, you can sit there. No. Oh. Okay. We'll have one more.
Same है मैम दोनों.
दोनों same है. चलो. Very nice.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. I guess they have mixed up all the glasses, so I won't be doing that.
Do you want me to get a fresh glass? No, I have. Don't worry, I'm using the fresh glasses and the bottles are completely fresh. Thank you so much. So, but yes, now even I'm confused which one was what. But let's try. And you all can please feel free to use tissues.
Both of them are same.
Both of them are same?
They're just sugar.
That's true, they are sugar. So no preference, of course. Sure.
This one is more sweeter. This is more fizzy.
Okay, and which one do you like?
This one.
This is your
Left.
left. So you like the left one because of fizz.
No. Because it was sweet.
Sweet. Okay.
Right.
And which brand, if in case you want to?
I guess this is Thumbs Up and this is Pepsi, I guess.
Okay, so thank you so much, but please be around. I'll change the setup. Can someone please help me in clearing up the table, please? सब हटाना है. Glasses, all the glasses, okay? I need the fresh set of glasses. Yeah. Yeah, you have to take this off. But I have less glass now. You have it?
No, I think we have more.
So I need 2 more.
Okay, I'll bring. If not, we can just use this one.
People who wanted to say something on the fizz, I just opened the previous bottles then and there. So that it's the brand which needs to be blamed. Okay. So we'll have all our participants again in the same order, and we'll repeat the experiment once again, okay? Quickly, quickly, we have very less time.
I said this one is Pepsi and this one is thumbs up.
Okay. I'll just. ठीक है? Preference तो वही थी ना? Okay. Okay, we'll start with Jay. Again, same करना है, same आपको preference बताना है, अब तो brand नहीं बताना है, बस सिर्फ preference बताना है. Which one do you like? So you can name the brand. Preference. He's completely gonna doze off during the workshop. This one is better? Coke. Okay, next, Rishi. Mix mat karna please glasses. I don't have much more any more glasses. So you please secure your glass first. Way better hai? Rishi, Coke. Thank you. Pepsi better है? Okay. Oh God! Okay, वो नहीं करेगा experiment यार. I just hope ये ना सिर्फ glasses के लिए होता हो और बाकी चीजों के लिए नहीं होता होगा. Pepsi better है? Okay. Now Ansh and you, I'm so sorry, it's so difficult to pronounce your name. Ushinor. Ushinor. अब तो सब mix हो गया, क्या ही पता चलेगा? But you can use the bottles, Ansh, you can use the bottles directly. No, it's completely... आ गया? Okay. No, which one do you like? The taste or whatever, your brand preference, anything. You like Pepsi. How? Okay, so we're going with Coke, right? Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for participating. And anybody, please help me clearing it up. I don't need this right now. Okay. So probably, did we learn something here? Anything? Anything which we have learned here? So we ran the experiment in 2 phases. Okay, attention please, at the back. People who are not interested, please can go out. Okay, so we did this experiment in 2 phases, okay? So first, in which I did not reveal any brand, that was called as blind test, okay? And since it involved us to, taste the drink, it was a blind taste test. And the second phase of the experiment is called as a branded test, okay? So you'll be shocked to know that, of course, the drinks were not same in the first place also. The people who preferred, so this was our blind taste test. People preferred the right drink much more than the left one. So the right drink was Pepsi. And if in case we see here, we are getting a 50-50 tie, so probably we need to have a conclusive result. We need more people to come and volunteer, and then we can decide on the majority. So this is the similar, the point I'm trying to say is that nothing changed. The drink did not change, the bottles did not change, the ambience or the context did not change. The only thing which changed was the brand. I introduced the brand consciously in the second phase, whereas in the first case, I purposely withdrew the brand. So it was an anonymous blind taste test. So this is how your preferences are getting influenced. So nothing is changing, right? I'm just trying to make it a point so that it registers here. Nothing is changing except the brand. So what is actually going inside our brain? It's just the way we are processing the information. The individuals are not changing. So it's just the preference are getting altered. They are getting influenced just by the brand effect. So this is what Pepsi, when they wanted to come and, you know, enter into the market where Coke was there for more than 100 years, they had to take a head-on with Coke. So they came up with the first phase of experiment, which was called as blind taste test. Okay, so in 1975, they wanted to enter into the market, and they ran this blind taste test for almost like 5-7 years, and as a result, people were very intrigued about it, and they switched their preferences from Coke to Pepsi. So we'll just see some of the videos that how did they launch, and what were the campaigns about. And by the way, this test holds true right
You're
now
about to take
also.
the Pepsi challenge. You know, I have 2
years.
bottles of cola back here, and you don't know which is which. No. You're about to take the Pepsi challenge. You know, I have 2 bottles of cola back here. You're about to take the Pepsi challenge. You know, I have 2 bottles of cola back here, and you don't know which is which.
No, I don't.
We have never met before.
That's correct.
Right, okay. Except at my sister's wedding, you know. But beside that, we have never met. Okay, now I'm going to pick this up and tell me which one you chose.
Pepsi!
You know, in tests like these nationwide, more people prefer to taste the Pepsi over Coca-Cola.
Pepsi's much better. It's delicious. It's down nice and smooth. The taste is good.
That's great. Take the Pepsi challenge. Let your taste decide. Right, guys?
Right!
Second wala. No, reserve it for later.
John here says that he prefers the leading cola to Pepsi. Right. I want you to taste both colas, John, and tell me which taste you prefer.
This one. Well, what do you know? Pepsi.
In taste tests across Australia, over 50% of people preferred the taste of Pepsi Cola over the leading cola.
I'm going to go for Pepsi. I'm sure.
Don't take our word for it. Let your taste decide.
So this is how they came up in the market, and of course, consumers, they were taken aback and they wanted to switch to Pepsi, and the brand as in Coke, the brand which take too much pride in telling that we are, you know, we are selling happiness and we are the market leaders, we are best. They also took this test with surprise. They did not believe it. So what they did, they replicated the same experiment, the first phase of the experiment, in their own laboratories with their own set of people. So they were getting the similar results, and this, more than half of the people were preferring the taste of Pepsi. So what could have been their next strategy? They wanted to come up with a new, better taste. So they reformulated their recipe, more than 100 years old recipe, and they came up with the new Coke. So probably the rigor, the tension, the emotion, everyone, the sales and revenue should return back to Coke, because and it was a massive, launch of new Coke. They withdrew all the classic Coke from the market, and they came up with this new Coke, which they tested with 200,000 people. 2 lakh people they tested, which was rated better, not only just with the Pepsi, but with the in comparison to classic Coke as well. So probably we should have a positive consumer reaction. This was the consumer reaction. People got so agitated, they got so angry that they came on the roads to protest, to run a campaign of boycott Coke. Because they portrayed it that, they are not, our new generation can never taste the refreshment. How did it feel like to their parents? And they were just doing it in the corporate greed of, beating Pepsi. So this was one of the most biggest failure, I would say, in the marketing history, which went unresolved for very long time in marketing. Of course, there were conjectures, what would have gone wrong. Probably, actually, just think about it. 2 lakh people, they tested, and still, this was the customer's reaction. So this went unanswered, unresolved, until oh, 1 second, I'm just, no, it's going back. Until McClure's experiment. So McClure was one of the neuroscientists who tried to resolve this unresolved mystery of Coke, that why, it backfired. So he ran the same experiment, the first phase as well as the second phase, by people undergoing through the fMRI machine. So fMRI is a machine which is functional magnetic resonance imaging machine, in which the respondent goes inside the machine, and while they're doing the task, while they're experiencing the drinks, that time their brain responses are recorded and analyzed later. So what was the findings? So of course, he did the experiments in both the phases, which neither Pepsi, neither Coke were doing it. So he ran the experiment with the branded effect also. So what Pepsi was doing was, it was playing with our sensory dominance, okay? So in that case, when people were, having the blind taste test, in case of Pepsi, their orbitofrontal cortex was getting elevated, was getting triggered. So orbitofront, and when they were having that branded test, that time their dorsoprefrontal cortex and hippocampus was getting elevated. So what are these, what they signify? So our orbitofrontal cortex is responsible for instant reactions, instant reward of whatever we have just experienced. So there is no association of the past or anything. So right now, if in case you're liking something, that portion of the brain would get triggered. Whereas in case of Coke, there are the other parts of the brain which were getting triggered. So hippocampus, which is the part of our limbic system, which is the emotional brain, which associate where our emotions, our associations, our love for the brand, all they are recorded here and stored here. So when people were drinking Coke with the branded effect, so that time their hippocampus was getting triggered. That time their dorsolateral prefrontal cortex was getting triggered, which stands for the belief and identity. So what Pepsi was doing was just playing on sensory dominance, then and there immediate effect. Whereas when in the real scenario, when consumers are, they are open to both the brands and then consuming the drink, that time the sensory, emotion, meaning, everything was coming into play. So with this experiment, he concluded very, scientifically in a very scientific and valid way that what went wrong with the Coke, new Coke launch. So preferences, they are never constructed in the sensory dominance. Our 5 senses or probably the inputs, they're constructed here. So we as marketers, specifically you new generation marketers, you should know that all our preferences, they are constructed here, okay? We say that, here, but this also is wired from here. So we as marketers, we need to understand how our brain functions, what is the role of brain, and how it adds value to the marketing. Okay, so what I'll be covering is why neuromarketing. We'll be very briefly touching about the brain, neuroanatomy, brain operating principles, decision making, and the 3 pillars of neuromarketing: attention, emotion, and memory. So because of the time constraint, we'll be just touching on attention. So let's diagnose and dissect the word neuromarketing. We all know what that's made up of 2 words, neuro and marketing. So anyone who can tell me what neuro means? Louder. Nerves and brain. And we know marketing? I hope we know marketing, right? Communicating, developing, delivering value to all the stakeholders. So after this workshop, as he correctly said, we will just not be focusing only on the brain, okay? So we need to understand neuro doesn't just mean brain. It means the peripheral nervous system as well. So brain and spinal cord comprises of our central nervous system and the peripheral nerves, like basically the overall body. So we are tracking the heart, we are tracking the eyes, we are tracking the facial expressions, all complete body basically wherever your nerves are. So all those reactions and responses is what makes neuroscience study. So as we can see, neuroscience, as I just told, that it is about the study of central nervous system and peripheral nervous system, and marketing we all know. So when we marry these two, neuroscience with marketing, we get neuromarketing. It is again standing on the base and the foundation of marketing, which is completely, becomes the base, हमारी नींव है marketing, correct? उसके ऊपर हम तड़का लगाते हैं neuromarketing का by adding neuroscience tools. How? That is what we're gonna learn today. So करना क्यों है? मार्केटिंग पढ़ लिया, MM1 पढ़ लिया, MM2 पढ़ लिया, कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर पढ़ लिया, सर्विसेज मार्केटिंग पढ़ लिया, बहुत चीजें पढ़ लिया, but what is the need of neuromarketing? So as I just try to establish the fact that neuromarketing was responsible who uncovered the unresolved. Nobody else with scientific validity could uncover what went wrong with Coke. Similarly, we have n number of examples of how neuromarketing adds value. But let's just try to touch upon some of them. Okay, 50% of marketing budget is wasted. 95% of products fail. 70% of e-commerce carts are abandoned. So if I'll just total the e-cart, value of people sitting here, it will be more than 1 million across the platforms. But will all of them will be converted into revenue? The answer is no, right? So 70% of cart is getting abandoned. So to give you a figure, around $20 to $35 trillion is sitting in the cart of the people. Whereas how much is getting converted? It's only 6 to 7 trillion sales. So the delta is huge. So as per the study by HBR, the CMO's job never lasts. So we all are marketers here. Yes, even more, lesser than that. So, सबको बनना है ना CMO, एक बारी तो बनना है लाइफ में कभी. सब marketing पढ़ रहे हैं, marketing conclave कर रहे हैं. So, and if we get to know that what we are stepping into will not last for even a year, then of course we need to learn, we need to abreast ourselves. So how we can do that? Let's try to study गलती कहाँ हो रही है. So conventional marketing में हम कैसे gather करते हैं inputs? If when we want to, launch some product or customer service services team को हमें input देना, experience create करना, or anything for that matter, what we do? We do self-reporting methods. We do focus group discussions, surveys, Delphi methods, ethnographic research, interviews. तो ये सब करना पड़ता है, and based on this, CMO and his team, they try to. I hope I'm engaging. This is too much noise. Excuse me. Is it too boring? No? So just let's try to focus here and less of noise. You can just go out and discuss because it just breaks my flow. Okay, so ये वाली सारी conventional marketing techniques से the CMO and his team, they draw insights to drive engagement in terms of your content, in terms of your promotion, in terms of your messaging to get conversion. तो ultimately हमारा सबका aim तो वही है, convert करना है, revenue लाना है. Otherwise company will fire us. That is why CMO's job never lasts. Because CMO and his team, they have done everything in terms of, getting the people on to their website, digital marketing, social media marketing, kiosk भी लगा दिए, promotions भी दे दिया, insights in new product भी develop करा लिया. So they have succeeded in, bringing consumers till the cart, but they are unable to make you cross the finishing line. Revenue तो आ ही नहीं रहा है. So that is why we need to understand कि neuromarketing क्यों ज़रूरी है. So since morning we have been listening about say-do gap, okay? So हम कहते कुछ है, करते कुछ है, and the delta is so huge that it feels like we are two different personalities altogether. So unconsciously what we are is very differently to what we actually pretend to. So let's see how it is applied in the marketing. ये तो बहुत सुन लिया ना, but companies कैसे apply करती हैं या फिर backfire होता है. So what Netflix did in one of the studies was when they were rolling out their contracts with the series, कि content बनाना है, what kind of a content they should be focusing on. So these were some of the verbatims which they got from the consumers or subscribers, that they prefer intelligent content, plot, storytelling, meaningful series honi chahiye. So this is the verbatim which they got. And those same set of people, they were tracked in terms of their A/B testing and how, what was their actual behavior. बोल रहे थे कुछ, कर क्या रहे थे? Let's find out. So they were found to click on the thumbnails with more faces, more emotional expressions, and more sensational cues. So अगर thumbnail creator जो होता, उसको उसी plot के accordingly अपने thumbnail को design करना होता, it should have been more story-based, foggy pictures, discussing and focusing on the plot. Whereas अगर वो neuromarketing study नहीं करते, तो ऐसे thumbnails नहीं create कर पाते, and if नहीं कर पाते, then there would have been less of subscribers and less of clicks on their series. Okay, so neuromarketing tries to uncover the unsaid. Okay, as I'll just skip this activity because हमने सुबह से देख ही लिया है. We don't remember the last 5 ads. Anyone who remembers the last 5 ads? Probably you in specs. You remember the last 5 ads? You saw, no? Okay. Last 5 products, which you just bought probably. Louder. Okay. Do you know the brands? So basically, in the world when we are bombarded with brands, advertisements, products, we really cannot recall the brands, the products, or anything for that matter. It's not because there's some problem with us. It is the way how brain is wired, how we are wired, okay? So we have memory limits. We really don't need to remember all of this. So there's nothing wrong in it. It's just our consumer behavior or human behavior. So we need to understand that, respect that, and accordingly react, accordingly design our content. Okay? So we need to understand कि memory तो कम ही रहेगी users की, subscribers की. So how can we make it simpler for them to remember us? Okay, so if in case, there's one more clause which I would like to discuss, social desirability. How many of you took bath in morning before coming for the workshop? So, of course, not all. So kindly just, make spaces with the people who are not raising hands. So probably not all of you are telling the truth, okay? बहुत अच्छी लग रही होगी ना ये workshop? Too insightful. अभी तो बोलना ही पड़ेगा. Social desirability. नहीं बोल सकते ना मुंह पे. So, social desirability. And these are all the flaws in conventional marketing techniques. The list continues of art of articulation. We can't we don't have the same vocabulary. We don't have the same culture. We don't have, we cannot correctly articulate our feelings in the same manner. जो insights हमें कुछ new product development के लिए, कुछ भी new design करने के लिए चाहिए. So what is it? So all of the conventional marketing techniques, they are insufficient to capture our true responses. पूरा consumer behavior पढ़ लिया, but वो responses पे basis है. What we are asking is, are we asking the consumers, correct, which they are not aware of, which they don't know about the unconscious processing which is happening at the brain level. So what we do? We also do the same thing. We also bring the consumers to our labs. We don't believe what they say. Instead, we put these machines onto them. And then we try to understand their responses, nahi, reactions. Sorry, it's not rubbing. But what I want to say and establish the fact, the difference between responses and reactions. Responses are thought through words, your emotions. Reactions are your instant reactions. And itna difference hai in sab mein, just the way we, just noticed in case of Pepsi and Coke. Only the brand came in. They cannot state why and what made them choose one brand in the first phase and the next brand in the second phase. They cannot articulate. Can you, Rishi? No, right? So in these scenarios is where neuromarketing comes in and gives that tadka to marketing. So as Henry Ford said, very famous saying, that if I would have asked people what they wanted, they would have just said faster horses. So the cars would have never been there. So that is the delta which we are trying to cater to as neuromarketers. So as per Zoltman of Harvard Business School, he says that 95% of our decision making happens at unconscious level. And it's only 5% which happens at conscious level. And for that, tapping those conscious level decisions, we have conventional marketing techniques. And for that 95% decision making which is happening at unconscious level, we have neuroscience tools. So what is the role of neuroscience in marketing? It helps us to measure significantly, accurately, precisely, and at the very moment कि what is actually firing up here, यहाँ पे process कैसे हो रहा है. अभी अगर यहाँ पे उन लोगों के ऊपर machine लगा हुआ होता, तो we would have understood what was their decision making factor. Probably not the fizz, probably not the taste, probably none of that whatever they stated. So it would have been something else. क्या firing हुआ brain में, or even through the body responses. So ये सब चीजें को add करने के लिए हमारा neuroscience adds to the marketing, and it enriches in uncovering the true drivers of consumer behavior at unconscious level. So can you see, unconscious level, 95% of decision making. So we are working there. ठीक है, एक और चीज करते हैं, डिसीजन मेकिंग। चॉइस पहले आता है कि रीजन पहले आता है? Comes first, please raise your hands. And people who think reasons come first? Okay, so there is clearly, majority of people are saying that reason comes first in comparison to choice. एक task करते हैं, ठीक है? And now, whatever task I've designed, so we'll be very much quick in it, okay? It'll be like rapid fire, very, very quick. Just understand we are trying to uncover brain, the most intelligent part of our body. इज्जत तो देनी बनती है, ठीक है? तो बहुत fast काम करेंगे. Pick one from any of these, okay? Okay, people who chose Apple, kindly raise your hands. Okay, people who chose Samsung, एक ही pick करना है. Okay? And people who chose Pepsi and Coke. Okay, so clearly Coke and Apple won the game. Okay? So choice पहले किया कि reason पहले दिया? Choice पहले किया ना, reason तो बाद में justify करेंगे. Here also, they made the choice first, which one they prefer. And when I asked them, ki, what made you choose this? That time the reason came in. So that is a moment of enlightenment. Traditionally, we've always been thinking that, reason comes first and then accordingly we make choice. That happens. But only in those 5% of cases. कौन से कॉलेज में जाना है, कौन से स्कूल में भेजना है, okay? Budget क्या है, financial planning, all of those which actually needs cognitive processing. उसके लिए reasons comes first and then accordingly we make choice. Probably the seat which you have chosen here, you just chose the seat ना, पीछे नहीं बैठना है, phone use कर लेंगे, doze off कर लेंगे, correct? So all of this, you made the choice first and then comes the reason. So the decision framework generally is, our decision is based on automatic responses plus the conscious explanations. Okay? So reasons, they are constructed after your preferences. After you have made your choice, you try to justify that. See? So abhi as marketers हमें क्या करना चाहिए? We have to understand this behavior. कि choice पहले कराना है, preference बाद में करना है. Whereas what marketers are trying to do, feature list, product attributes, you don't have to fight with the explanations. You have to fight for making your brand a choice. And how can you do that? We'll try to uncover it. Okay, so I've done this. So when we focus on our conscious responses of our customers, we are capturing the explanation, which was our conventional marketing techniques. And when we study brain, we are actually uncovering the unsaid. We are uncovering the choice decision. और वो पढ़ेंगे तभी choice को change कर सकते हैं, तभी customers के लिए better choice या better decisions बना सकते हैं. So right now we are just talking about marketers, but customers के लिए क्या है? We'll try to make the decisions clearer, easier and closer to what they really want. Not by just by the influence of your ads or the brands. So if we know how they truly behave, we'll be able to deliver what they truly want. So have you read the case about Tropicana? I'm sure front wale sir वगैरह सबने कराया होगा, but people at the back? No? Okay, so let me share a story with you. So Tropicana has always been the leader in the fruit juice market. So just out of boredom or just to add a premiumness, they decided to come up with a new packaging. So this was their old packaging. had better information hierarchy as compared to the old packaging, and it was a clearer design as compared to the old package of orange with the straw. So what would have happened? Of course, the new packaging looks premium. अच्छा तो लग ही रहा है पुराने वाले पैकेज से. Anyone with a different opinion? कि जिसको पुराना वाला ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है? Okay. Probably why? Okay. And same. Okay. So majority तो है कि जिसको अब न्यू वाला पैकेजिंग अच्छा लगा है. So as per the market research team also, the new packaging looked premium and more contemporary. So what happened? Reduction in sales, and वो भी 20 to 25%. So they could not understand कि इतना सारा तो marketing budget already spend कर दिया है नया packaging बनाने में, उसको market करने में, and ऊपर से sales reduce हो गया है. So what went wrong? It was self-recognition failure for Tropicana. People always recognized Tropicana with the orange with the straw. So this was the shelf which was looking like. They were not able to see Tropicana here. And हम लोग कितना बहुत कम time spend करते हैं ना retail stores में. We just want to go there and buy juice. We will not search for our brand. Whatever is there, we'll just pick it up. So what Tropicana had gone wrong, that they could not understand that orange with a straw was a decision shortcut which got registered here. So you need to understand कि कौन सी चीज़ यहाँ पे trigger हो चुकी है. We never say photocopy, right? We always say Xerox. अब Xerox आके new brand name निकाल दे. So they need to understand that it has gone there. So we need to understand कि कौन सी चीज़ brain तक चली गई है. We need to protect that brain level. So then they again had to shift back to their old packaging with little bit variations. So they could understand post the neuromarketing study, okay? So post their neuromarketing study, they could understand that they need to understand and they need to protect the brain level shortcuts. They need to understand the brain level shortcuts which have been created into our minds. So we as marketers, we need to understand कब बदलना है, क्या बदलना है और कितना बदलना है. Okay? We need to protect the brain levels. So currently this is what their portfolio looks like. So not only orange with the straw, but all other juices of other flavors also have the same identity of the fruit with the straw. So it was their identity which they were not aware of. Okay? And then they recognized कि ये हमारी identity है, we have to stick to it. Okay, so बहुत सारा brain बोल दिया, तो let's just try to touch upon. I know it will be a little boring, but I'll just try to touch and come back. Okay? So our brain is generally comprising of three parts. One is the reptilian brain, above that is the limbic brain, and above that is the neocortex. Neocortex, as the name suggests, newly formed brain, newly be 500 million years old hai. So as the name suggests, reptilian brain, which we are carrying from our reptiles, ancestor reptiles. So it works, it's very fast, and limbic system is our emotional brain. And neocortex is a thinking brain. So we as marketers need to understand, and we need to understand the importance and how to engage with different parts of the brain. So if you want the attention, if you want to engage with reptilian brain, you need to understand कि हमें attention capture करना है by showing them something unexpected. If we need to capture their limbic system, then limbic system बहुत lazy है. It's very lazy. We need to overcome its laziness by showing them something emotional. And if in case your target is neocortex, then you need to understand that you have to make them think. Okay, so how the brain functions. So there are some biological constraints of our brain, and there are some operating constraints of our brain. Nothing wrong. This is how we are wired, and this is how we behave. And that is good for our survival. So biological constraint of our brain is that we can only process 40 bits per second, and we are exposed to 11 bits per second. Just imagine if in case 11 million bits of data is coming to you every second. We'll be bombarded. We won't be able to concentrate on anything. And another is the operating constraint of the brain, which is law of least effort. काम हम सब तभी करेंगे जब जरूरत है. Otherwise, we will do chat GPT. ठीक है, जहाँ पे cognitive processing बोलने में चाहिए, वहाँ पे हम लोग लगाएंगे. Otherwise, written assignment है तो we will either copy paste. Okay? So law of least effort. This is how our brain is wired. Okay, so two amazing psychologists, neuroscientists will say, Kahneman and Tversky. They gave us how the brain functions. They gave us the theory of system 1 and system 2. So just touching upon them, by the way, they got the Nobel Prize also. Tversky was not there. He left the world long before, but Kahneman got the Nobel Prize. So system 1 is this part of the brain, and system 2 is this part of the brain. Let's try to see with some examples. Everyone recognizes? Okay, so kaun sa system 1, kaun sa system 2 hoga? Any guesses? Joe is? Correct. System 1 kaun sa tha? Reptilian brain and limbic, which is just reactions, emotions. So Joey was system 1 and Ross was system 2, confused and too much thinking. Game of Thrones देखा है सबने? So नहीं देखा? You should watch. Okay, so कौन होगा system 1, system 2? Any idea? System 1, Daenerys, and system 2, Tyrion Lannister, because he's putting everything into place, बहुत strategize कर रहा है, think through कर रहा है. System 2, neocortex use कर रहा है. Whereas Daenerys too emotional, impulsive, system 1 use कर रही है. So we need to understand कि हमारे consumers इस product के लिए किस system पे operate कर रहे हैं. It's never an or base, or या and नहीं होता. They are working in continuum, but still we need to understand कि इतना difference है. So quickly coming on, system 1 is very fast, requires low effort, automatic, intuitive. गाड़ी सीखते हैं तब system 2 होता है, and जब सीख लिया है, then it goes to your system 1. Okay? So that, and system 2 is slow, it requires effort and is focusing on our analytical abilities. So marketers को ऐसे ads बनाने चाहिए. System 1 के लिए, ठीक है? Instantly देखते ही, we could understand कि humor is there, correct? Marketers कैसे ad बनाते हैं? जैसे कि we have to solve a puzzle. Okay? So if I tell you to calculate this, this is where your system 2 comes in. This is where your system 2 is kicking in. Whereas photo देखते, visuals देखते, we can have those emotional reactions. 1 minute में connection आ गया. Okay, very interestingly, people who are not focusing, just try to focus on this. Conflict देखते हैं system 1 और system 2 का. Okay? What you have to do is, call out the colors. Start loudly. Okay. Now read the कॉन्फ्लिक्ट आया. एक सिस्टम कुछ और करने का ट्राई कर रहा है, दूसरा सिस्टम कुछ और करने का ट्राई कर रहा है. अंडरस्टूड? सो दिस इज हाउ आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू मेक इट अ पॉइंट कि हमारा सिस्टम, दो डिफरेंट सिस्टम्स हैं हमारे अंदर. इट्स जस्ट नॉट द बुकिश नॉलेज. एक और रिडल करते हैं. हाँ, दिस इज कॉल्ड ए स्ट्रूप टास्क, विच इज वेरी वेरी कॉमन. आई होप आप लोगों ने फर्स्ट टाइम एक्सपीरियंस किया हो. पहले किया हुआ था? ओके. ओके, लेट्स सॉल्व दिस रिडल क्विकली. A bat and a ball cost 110 in total. The bat costs 100 more than the ball. How much the ball cost? Fast, fast, fast. Fast. अरे यार इतना क्या? 10? 10, how many 10? Raise your hands. Any other answer? 5. Right, very right. System 1 बोल रहा है कि 10 ही है. Just read it once more and you'll get to know कि system 2 जो think aloud करके थोड़ा analytical mind in place डालेगा, then you'll get the answer. Everyone got the conflict? Okay? So moving on, how do marketers can use these? Perfect system 1 ad. Sugarless lollipop. देखते ही समझ आ रहा है. कुछ ज़्यादा cognitively process करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Correct? अब आलिया भट्ट वीको वज्रंती दंती के एड में क्या कर रही है? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो रहा है ना. ऋतिक रोशन फ्लेमिंगो के एड में क्या कर रहा है? कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है ना. देयर इज नो कॉन्ग्रुएंस इन द पर्सनालिटी एंड द प्रोडक्ट. सो अगेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो रहा है. सो दैट इज हाउ द मार्केटर्स दे शुड अंडरस्टैंड कि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट नहीं करना है. सिस्टम 1 पे फोकस करना है या सिस्टम 2 पे फोकस करना है. So as I've told before, the problem is audience, we are sitting at system 1 and marketers, we all and as like now we have moved to marketer domain. So we all are operating at system 2. We are thinking that our consumers, they are operating at system 2 and this is what the great wall is. So we as a marketers, we need to understand ki for which product we need to, target the system 1 and for what kind of a product, in what context needs to be targeted by system 2. Okay. So now quickly, okay. Oh, we have time. So quickly coming on to the pillars of neuromarketing. It's very deep. I've spent almost like 5-6 years into the field of neuromarketing. So it is very difficult for me to pick and choose and give you the insights about those few points, but I'll just try. So currently we'll be just touching upon attention. क्या सोचा है सबने attention? What is your thoughts on attention? Anyone? Okay, sorry, I'll just take a back seat. I just forgot about this. I have to introduce the concept first. Okay, so we'll be talking about the pillars of marketing. So first is visual attention. Okay, what is important is that where are our consumers seeing? Are they ignoring what is meant to be seen, or are they feeling stressed, or they're ignored? I don't know about. I can very well vouch for some people who are actually focusing on me and the content I'm delivering, whereas I know that I might be ignored by the people at the back. So, but can you actually comment on when consumer is walking into the retail store or doing online shopping? Second is the cognitive load. The information what we are providing to the consumers, is it causing any kind of information overload? Is it kind of adding stress to them? So we all can measure all of this through neuromarketing tools. What is the emotional intensity? What is the way the consumers are getting connected with our advertisement, our product, our experience, or our service? And most important thing, is it staying into their memories? After a certain point of time, is it staying into their memories with a positive influence? Abhi to bahut acha laga experience. Probably you just forgot about it in 10 to 15 days. So all 50% of marketing budget wasted. And just see the time. Kitna fast ho raha hai. All of this is happening in less than a second. That fast the brain operates. And in that duration, we have to tap. In that duration, we have to understand their behavior. This is where neuromarketing comes in. So coming on to the attention, like I was asking, probably any views on attention? But what is attention? Not attention span, but what do you mean by attention? What we focus on, okay? And? Need to spend time on something, but do you think attention means you're focusing on something at the cost of another thing? Shift your perspective. सिर्फ attention नहीं decide कर रहे हो कि इसको देना है. You're deciding on what to ignore. जो चीज़ ignore कर रही है उसके लिए भी unconsciously decision ले रहे हो. So at the cost of something, you're focusing on one thing. So William James gave this insightful definition to us for attention. The most important thing is we are giving its focused mind, but at the cost of something else. And that is important so that we can focus on something which we really want to. So why attention is our golden ticket? सारे even conventional marketing techniques में भी हमने IDA model, hierarchy of effects, सब में देखा है first step is attention. Any thoughts? Why? Okay. भैया चला दीजिएगा. Why attention is that big a deal? Hold on to that thought and we'll just see.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
But how did you know?
Madam, as any horticulturist will tell you, one does not plant petunias until May is out. Take her away.
That's right, madam.
It's just a matter of observation. The real question is, how observant were you?
Action.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest Lady Smythe.
Did you see? Even the person who was there as a dead body, that also changed and we could not notice. So basically what I'm trying to say is that we all are blind. We have blind spots. And we need to understand that we will notice and we will put our attention to something of interest to us only. Okay? So on an average, we are exposed to almost 4,000 to 10,000 ads, but of course, we need to filter. So अभी quickly बहुत fast एक experiment करते हैं. Just try to focus on. I'll be showing you some questions and then you will be answering them on your own. So in the interest of time, I'll just try to hurry up. Two things you remember most clearly. Louder. Okay. One thing that you think is most important in the image. The product. Chalo, quick, moving on to the next one. Look for anything related to price and discounts or offer, okay? Okay. Now look for sub-brands or the name of the brands, product cues, logos, okay? Okay. So did the image change? But did you notice the change in the way you were reporting it? So what were you doing? You were using attention as a filter, as per the cue, what I was trying to give you. So can you see the shift in your attentions, which you would have never thought, कि attention इतना important क्यों है? Because we as marketers need to design those cues. And we need to give that filtering lens to our consumers so that they notice us and not others. So no attention means no impact. Because perception, memory, choice are all function of attention. Attention नहीं मिला तो decision तो बहुत बाद की बात है. Emotion भी नहीं आएगा, memory भी नहीं आएगी, engagement भी नहीं आएगा. So no attention, no impact. Okay, so quickly moving on to measuring attentions. So as I have focused on the response, not responses, but the क्या? Reactions. So reactions while person was viewing the task, uske liye in neuroscience we have these two tools. Of course there are numerous of them, but we're going to talk about eye tracking. So there is screen-based eye tracking and there is glass, mobile eye tracker, which we wear it as a glass and we give to our consumers to conduct the study. So what eye tracker can, measure? It can measure our scan path. Scan path matlab where our eyes going, कितनी देर fixate हुआ, किस चीज़ पे focus किया, कितनी देर तक किया, when did our pupils dilate, when was the moment of arousal, when was the moment of when we were not interested. So all of these insights, eye tracker can give it to us. A very quick example, which is very famous into our neuromarketing studies, is just look at the Gap ad. Here, it's such a cute baby. And when we ran, the eye tracking experiment was done onto them. So this purple thing is what we call as the scan path. I don't know whether it's visible. So this purple thing of circle and the lines is called as the scan path. Circles depict ki eyes kahan ruki, kahan fixate hui. And that is the heat map. Red one shows where our attention was focused on. So as a marketer, do I want this? Yes or no? No. सब बच्चे को जा रहा है attention. मेरा brand नहीं दिख रहा, content नहीं पढ़ रहा. So as a marketer, we don't want this. What we want is something like this. ब्रांड भी दिखना चाहिए ना, लोगो भी दिखना चाहिए, प्रोडक्ट भी दिखना चाहिए, जो कंटेंट क्रिएट किया है, कंटेंट राइटर ने इतनी मेहनत से लिखा है, वो भी पढ़ना चाहिए. So we need to orient the orientation of the baby so that even our brand elements can also get the attention. So it is about getting the right attention, which we can measure through eye tracking. So quickly, I'll just show you how the mobile eye tracker looks like. Probably I cannot call you on stage. Not every one of you, any one of you can come in and have a look at it because it's very expensive. It's more than $1 million. Just a little bit, I'll be briefing you. If you can see, probably nahi to websites pe you can, go. So this is a mobile eye tracker. It has cameras installed here, and it will be tracking your eye movements wherever we go. And it is can be connected through a phone, and we would be we can make our consumer, our participant move around the retail shop or anywhere in the hotel for experience mapping. So you can see, since I've connected it through my app device, and this is how the app looks like. And the light has, the light is blinking. That means we are good to go and measure. So now I'm going to start, and wherever you will be looking at, okay, listen, everybody, just focus and just last 2-3 minutes more. So wherever sir is going to look, we're going to tap that. So be cautious. Screen share nahi ho payega kaise? It doesn't have, it's not a normal phone. So it doesn't allow to cast the mirror, but I'll just show you the demo to give you the feel, okay? So currently I've just switched it on. So now wherever sir is looking, you can just keep it in your pocket. Keep it in your pocket. And yeah, in your hand also. And you can just have a stroll and can show it to the people around. So just imagine he's taking that stroll in a retail store and the way he's doing his shopping. Screen पे भी time लगेगा, ऐसे थोड़ी artifacts निकालने पड़ेंगे, noise निकालना पड़ेगा, errors निकालने पड़ेंगे, too many head movements निकालना पड़ेगा. Okay, so you can take it off. So this is just to give you a demo, but I'll just show you how generally we get the results. But of course, sir is too scared to, show off his emotions and real attention. Ki sir kahan dekh rahe hain? Sir, I'm going to share the results. I will mail you. By tomorrow, my team will work on it and will remove the artifacts, and then we can share the results. So, Ayun sir, aap sabko bhej dena. Just play the last video. So, the last video will show that after removing the artifacts, how do we measure the scan path, okay? Actually, because of that tissue which told me that you have to wrap up fast, I forgot about the activity, but it's okay. So this is the real experiment which we are doing in the retail segment. You can see the circles and the scan path, where the person is looking, what is grabbing his or her attention, what all elements they are tracking. Just see, she was picking up Nivea, but just switched to something which was coming up in a combo, which if asked for, she will never state this. So how your attention switched? So this is how we try to tap and measure the attentions. We average out the readings of large number of participants and try to make sense out of data. And this is all real time, all happening at the unconscious level. Okay? So probably I guess we can end it up. So this was the activity which I just forgot. I would have shown you these images and would have tracked your eye tracking reactions. So traditionally, just to sum up, traditionally what it is said is that we think, we feel, and we act. Whereas in reality, what happens is we feel, we act, and then we explain. So we as marketers, we should align our activities as per how our brain is designed, how our brain is functioning. So this leads us to a brain-friendly content. We need to understand, we need to design as per the brain and brain operating principles. Thank you so much.
And with that, we come to the end of Marketing Conclave 2026. On behalf of the entire Clio's team.
Felicitations.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for that incredibly enriching and thought-provoking workshop. We now request Dr. On Emma to please come forward to felicitate our guests.
We also invite Ankit Rao from IILM Noida to felicitate.
So we have a small assessment based on our conclave, which is going to be up in a minute. Guys, please scan the QR that is going to be displayed on the screen very shortly. We also have dairy milk chocolates for all the volunteers for their hard work today. Can we please have a huge round of applause for everybody? Clio's volunteer. So which volunteer?
Chocolates, please.
The QR is on the screen. Please scan and do the assessment. Even volunteers need to do the assessment, guys. No. उनको भेज दे फोटो या मुझे भी भेजियो भेज दो चॉकलेट ले आओगे अच्छे लगेंगे जाते नहीं तभी तो हम बाद में देखेंगे सोचेंगे इस बारे में कि लेना